I'm Mayor Dean Brookie, and I'd like to welcome you to this City Council regular meeting of March 16th, 2021. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilor Bettine.
Here.
Councilor Noseworthy.
Present.
Councilor Youssef.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter.
Present.
And Dean Brookie. Mayor Brookie. Sorry about that.
Thank you so much, and I'm here. So thank you, Amy. And with that, we'll move into identification of any actual or perceived conflicts of interest amongst councilors for any of the items that are being represented or discussed this evening. Seeing none, we will move on to public participation. Public participation is meant to allow any member of the public, any citizen, to make comments directly to City Council in a period limited to approximately 3 minutes. And we would welcome you to, if you're Zooming in with us this evening, to just simply raise your hand and our moderator will recognize you and let you into our discussion. If you're on a telephone this evening, just simply and listening in, just push *9, and then once you're in, push *6 to unmute yourself. So with that, and I might suggest that we do have public hearings this evening on several items, including the Cummins property, several land use issues, and so forth. If you have comment on some of the things that we'll be talking about in our administrative session, which is talking about the strategic plan adoption, the tax credit increment financing with the Durango Renewal Partnership, and or those two items. Certainly there are no potential public hearings, so if we'd like to comment on those, we'd like to hear it during public participation, if at all possible. We also have, along with that, introduction of an ordinance, which will not have any public comment either, other than what would be happening in public participation. And we will be talking about the mask ordinance in that particular section as well. So with that long iteration, if I could ask Mitchell if we have any people in queue for public participation this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Yes, we do have quite a few who have raised their hand tonight. Excellent. First one on the list is Christine. Christine, I have invited you to speak. Please unmute yourself. Give us your first and last name for the record and whether or not you are a city resident. You have 3 minutes.
Evening, councilors. This is kristinejohnson, 82 Big Bend Loop. You are aware of 2 community meetings held recently to discuss wakeless matters at Lake Nighthorse. Staff's decisions for wakeless hours for 2021 were announced at last week's Park and Recreation Board meeting. Kathy Metz announced that wakeless times will be between 7 and 10 a.m. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday only. The merits and shortcomings of community meetings can be argued endlessly, but as some of our Quiet Lake Coalition members suspected, the process was likely used this time to bring wakeless use more in line with what the Parks and Recreation Director desired all along. There have now been 3 elaborate public meetings spanning 11 years on this topic, and it still remains very unsettled. This year's virtual meetings even had a social media edge as the motorized community chatted it up in the chat box with a good share of distraction that made them look larger and louder than the rest. Many, including some Parks and Rec Board members, were puzzled when the community meetings were announced, given that several years of actual usage, income numbers, and the department's own 2021 internal survey were available. A city council study session, as done in 2018, is our request, where elected officials will have a say in this remarkable recreational sanctuary and open space that speaks volumes about our Durango and our values. Some advisory board members might like to attend also. It is worth noting, however, that when motorized topics came up in January of 2017, at board meetings, natural lands included, Most were in favor of restricted motorized boating, or at least some wanted to continue the discussions. Neither board has been asked since for advice or their opinions on Lake Nighthorse operations or policies. The human-powered group should not be labeled as being against motorized boaters or boating, but 3 mornings from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. is a solution that disrespects the paddling numbers that have made this lake viable from the beginning. The 62 acres of no wake just added on the north side are wonderful for those elite athletes paddling or rowing 1.5 miles one way to the no wake zone on the far west side, but it falls short for the average paddler and those who want to get far enough out on the lake to see the La Platas. Sometimes there are inevitable user differences that need to be accommodated in order to best manage a more enjoyable experience for all boaters, motorized and non-motorized.
Christine,
Some
your time is up.
reasonable
Can
balance.
you wrap it up soon? Yeah, thank you.
Yep, some reasonable balance is all we have been asking for. This is the year of sustainable tourism and responsible recreation. Go for it, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Christine. Yeah. Mitchell, our next participant.
The next person on the list is Frank. Frank, I have invited you to speak. Please give us your full name and whether or not you are a city resident for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Frank Lockwood, and I am a Durango city resident. I wanted to acknowledge the City Council for passing an emergency ordinance extending the emergency ordinance 0-2021-01, supporting the enforcement of a state executive and public health orders by requiring a face mask in the city. In doing so, the city's done its part in reducing the COVID-19 infection rate, despite the continued influx of visitors from out of state. It's my understanding that this extension lapses in 3 days on March 19, 2021. I would encourage the City Council to stay the course and not lift the face mask ordinance for at least another 2 months. As the CDC and our own state and county health departments have stated, this is not the time to let up. The emergency ordinance is a key component in protecting our frontline employees and their families from potential harm and to safely return our children full-time to school. Please extend this face mask ordinance another 60 days until science and our dedicated public health professionals tell us it is safe to go unmasked. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lockwood. Mitchell, do we have another participant?
Yes, Mayor. The next person on the list is Susan. Susan, it's your turn to speak. Please unmute yourself. Give us your full name and whether or not you're a city resident for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thanks. It's Susan Ulery. I live in North Durango. And I didn't realize that the mask ordinance was about to expire. So I totally concur with Mr. Lockwood's request that you extend it and hopefully keep us going. My comments tonight are addressed to Lake Nighthorse. Staff's recommending, as Christine said, that for 2021, wakeless use days would be limited to 7 to 10 a.m. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That's actually a reduction in the amount of time granted to wakeless users who are seeking quiet and a respite from, our otherwise motorized dominated lives and activities. The stated purpose of the most recent round of meetings that public engagement meetings that the Parks and Rec Department hosted was, quote, to adjust the balance of existing uses, close quote. The staff recommendation to go to 7 to 10 a.m. Monday, Wednesday, Friday completely fails to balance the existing uses. And I would direct your attention to the 2020 user data. It's pretty clear. There's a use pie chart, and on that one, 50% of the Nighthorse Lake users were non-motorized, and that would be the category of SUPs, kayaks, canoes, rowing craft. There are other non-motorized users like fisher people and swimmers, and I believe the total non-motorized users was 64% for last year. So I am at a loss to explain to you how a narrow window of 7 to 10 a.m. on 3 weekday mornings achieves a balanced allocation of time for quiet, wakeless use. And I agree with Christine that, there are situations and uses that are not totally compatible. And this is one of those situations. So we get to divvy up the pie. And I also saw another piece of data on the Park and Rec website, which is that they conducted a survey soliciting opinions from annual pass holders, I believe, and 68% of those respondents favored adding another wakeless day. Considering those numbers, I think it would be a far more balanced and reasonable approach to allocate quiet wakeless use time from 7 a.m. to noon. And I would like to see us have a weekend morning included in that lineup. Many of the comments published on the Parks and Rec site requested that the city allocate more time for quiet and wakeless use. Many people, including
May I interrupt? You got 30 seconds about this. So, yeah, thank you.
Noted that some of us have to work during the week, and I was unable to utilize my park pass to the lake last year, except once. So I respectfully request that council decline the staff's recommendation and instruct staff to allocate Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday mornings from 7 to noon to wakeless quiet use. And that will ensure that every user group has a meaningful access to what I think we all agree is a really precious resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ulery. And Mitchell, the next participant, please.
Yes, Mayor. The next person on the list is someone who called in with a telephone, phone number ending in 2752. I have invited you to speak. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Give us your full name and whether or not you are a city resident for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Sweetie Marbury, and yes, I am a city resident. I've been here 46 years. My address is 2256 West 2nd Avenue. I have 3 issues I'd like to talk about tonight. Under the strategic plan, as I was reading it, I'd like the city manager, under affordability and economic opportunity, I read where there was a line that said on city-owned properties that you would use housing funds to facilitate construction. Where I'd like to know where are these city-owned properties? I know about the police station, the library, River City Hall, and City Hall, but I am at a loss to know what land does the city own. Also, under the affordability and opportunity section, there was a line that said sales tax ballot, November of 2022, using it for a shelter. Well, this is something that I have not heard of from City Council. I would like more information. If you're talking about putting a ballot question to the people of Durango for November of 2022, maybe you need to get some input from the public. My second major issue, I'll go back to accessory dwelling units. I would like to be treated equally for having ADUs on no lot sizes, just like they have in EN 4, 5, and 6. You have a housing plan and it talks about accessory dwelling units, but EN 1, 2, and 3 are locked into lot sizes, and that's terribly unfair. We've lived with this since 2014. It's time to move forward. My third point is I certainly am in favor of extending the mask ordinance that has made such a difference in our lives. And I'd also like to ask the city manager the dates of the spring cleanup. When will they be posted? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Marbury. Spring cleanup is coming soon. So I'm sure our new city manager's hot on it. So thank you so much. And our next speaker, please, Mitchell.
Mayor, I can answer Sweetie Marbury's question. Cleanup begins April 5th. And all of those schedules and details are on our website at durangogov.org/cleanup. And Mayor, we do have another person who has raised their hand. Rhonda, I have invited you to speak. Please unmute yourself, give us your full name and whether or not you are a city resident for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Rhonda Raffo. I live at 399 West Park Avenue here in the city. I've been a resident of Durango for 19 years, and I've been a very active user of Lake Night Horse, as I am a walker 5 days a week, and then I became a novice paddleboarder. I really applaud the measures taken on February 22nd and 24th by Parks and Rec to be inclusive of all lake recreational users in determining the operating decisions. However, I'm concerned that the 2021 operations decision made may not have engaged everyone fully and that all stakeholders were involved. As I served as a corporate professional facilitator for many years, I know the importance of having all the stakeholders present and heard. I'm wondering, have the tribal requests been considered? Have all environmental implications been considered? And as Christine Johnson mentioned, because of the chatting comments made by the boating and wakeboarders user group during that public session on the 22nd and 24th, while working group presentations were occurring, I'm not sure this user group was at all interested in what other users' needs and desires were. Many comments by this user group referenced quiet, no wake users as having an entitlement, as their goal was not about wakes, but it was about an elitist behavior that should not be fostered. I really disagree with their comments, and I question, was everyone really engaged fully? How could they be when they were not interested in hearing the needs and desires of other recreational users as they chatted online live? Another concern is during the last week's Parks and Rec and Advisory Board meeting, Kathy stated she had no predetermined solutions regarding the no wake hours of operation from 7 to 10 on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm questioning this because during a meeting in December where a small group of quiet no wake lake users met with Kathy and her staff, during this meeting, Kathy offered a willingness to add Friday from 7 to 10 a.m. as an additional no wake time. So I'm just wondering, are the new 2021 no wake hours on Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 7 to 10 not predetermined? My last comment is regarding the percentage usage of the lake during the week being the same. I visit the lake daily in the mornings to walk. My observation has been that on Monday and Wednesday mornings, the no wake days, by 9 a.m., the larger parking lot is practically full with mostly paddlers. Yet on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, the parking lot was a lot less crowded by about 50%. I very much treasure.
I don't want to interrupt, but you've got about 3 seconds left. If you can make your final comments, that'd be appreciated.
Okay. I appreciate, I treasure the lake, and I hope my comments on why I'm concerned that the decision for the operations at the lake have not in full engaged all of the stakeholders. Thank you for your time and dedication to making Durango a better place to live.
Thank you, Rhonda, and I hate to cut anybody short, but that's the rules. So thanks you. And Ms. Mitchell, do we have a next participant, please?
Mayor, nobody else has raised their hand yet. We do have quite a full attendee list, though. So if anyone here is to speak to public participation, to City Council, now is your opportunity.
All right. If we have no other participants, any brave souls that would like to speak to council, just to come, we welcome you. If not, we'll move on to the next part of our agenda, which is proclamations and presentations. And I might say that we do have proclamations have been historically an opportunity for any member group of the community to participate. We each actually have a proclamation request on our city website, and in which case any group can fill out and suggest a proclamation to be read loud and signed by the mayor. So we get a pretty fairly diverse group of proclamations. We have 3 this evening. Some proclamations are generated by the city staff themselves, including the National Vietnam War Veterans Day proclamation that I'll read momentarily, and the COVID month of remembrance. Others are brought to us by groups or nonprofits or interested parties throughout our community. And as long as they remain non-political, we feel comfortable in reading them aloud. It does not mean that the city council has made any votes or had reached consensus in supporting the proclamation. It just means that you've had your time on air in city council meeting, and we look forward to recognizing you as a group in our community, as diverse as it might be. So with that, we'll move to 5.1, which is the National Vietnam War Veterans Day Proclamation. And bear with me. National Vietnam War Veterans Day, whereas between 1964 and 1975, more than 3 million Americans left their homes and families serving in a series of battles and conflicts of the Vietnam War. And whereas on March 29th, 1973, 47 years ago, the last American troops were withdrawn from South Vietnam, thus ending military involvement in what was the longest war in our country's history. And whereas on May 25th, 2012, President Barack Obama designated May 29th, 2012 through November 11th, 2025 as a 13-year program to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War. And whereas on March 28th, 2017, President Donald J. Trump signed into law the Vietnam War Veterans Recognition Act of 2017, designating every March 29th as National Vietnam War Veterans Day. And whereas more than 58,300 service members made the ultimate sacrifice during the Vietnam War, 3,000 more were wounded, 300,000 more were wounded physically and or mentally, and approximately 79,313 of those servicing were Coloradoan. And whereas 2,500 Americans listed as prisoners of war or missing in action, 41 are from Colorado, with 24 Coloradans still unaccounted for. And whereas an estimated 541 Vietnam War veterans are lost to us every day. And whereas Vietnam veterans contribute to our communities, state, and nation by offering skills, education, and leadership learned in the military service. And whereas La Plata County, Colorado is home to more than an estimated 900 Vietnam veterans. And whereas the American Legion Post 108, the Sarah Platt Decker chapter of the National Society of Daughters of the American Revolution, the Veterans for Veterans of Archuleta County, and the Veterans Memorial Park of Archuleta County are proud commemorative partners of the 50th commemoration of the Vietnam War being observed through 2025 and jointly acknowledged that these veterans and their families deserve our thanks and respect for their service and sacrifice on behalf of the United States. Now, therefore, I, Dean Brookie, Mayor of Durango, Colorado, do hereby proclaim March 29th, 2021 as National Vietnam War Veterans Day and invite all citizens in both public ceremonies and in private thoughts and prayers to gratefully acknowledge our Vietnam veterans. Thank you so much for listening to that. And do we have a recipient of that particular proclamation to speak with us tonight? I'm not sure if anybody from Archuleta County was.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello. My name is Linda Hobbs, and I am a resident of Archuleta County in Pagosa Springs. I represent the Sarah Platt Decker chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution, which is a Durango chapter serving both Archuleta and La Plata County. Janine Dobbins should be on this call as well. But I decided to speak up real quick in case she didn't show up. We appreciate.
Is raised.
Is anybody there? Oh, I see.
I think Janine might have been. Yeah, Mitchell, can you allow Ms. Dobbins into our meeting?
I think I'm here.
Oh, there she is.
There I is. Mayor Brookie, we would like to thank you very, very much. March the 29th of 1973 was the date that the last of the U.S. combat troops returned home. The initial date of the conflict is dated from 1955 when President Eisenhower appointed the commission to help train the Army of the Republic of Vietnam. So this war lasted for 18 years. Vietnam War Veterans Day commemorates the sacrifices of these veterans and their families, and is part of a national effort to recognize these men and women who were denied a proper welcome upon returning home so many years ago. The members of the chapter would like to thank you so very much for your willingness to remember and honor our veterans of this conflict. They are well deserving of this accolade. And Mayor Brookie, thank you, and the councilors for your service as well. Thank you so much, and thanks for bringing us this proclamation this evening. And
yeah, that's a period in our life that will not be forgotten for certain. So thank you so much. And with that, Ms. Dobbins and Ms. Hobbs, thanks for joining us. And we'll move on to 5.2, which is a presentation on Lake Nighthorse Recreation Area. And I believe we have Kathy Metz, our Parks and Recreation Director, with us this evening to give us an update on what's happening at Lake Nighthorse.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Brookie and members of City Council. We have prepared a PowerPoint presentation for you, and we will load that up and begin the presentation. And thank you for your time. I know you have a full agenda, so we'll move through this presentation relatively quickly. And then certainly if you have any questions while I'm moving along, please don't hesitate to stop me. As you know, we did have a series of public meetings, February 22nd and 24th. Those meetings were facilitated by Joy Lujan with Connected Realities. The lake, as you know, is owned by the Bureau of Reclamation. We are the recreation manager, and we have been in a lease agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation since 2017, just prior to opening the lake in 2018. Another vital partner is, of course, the Animas La Plata Operation Maintenance and Replacement Association that actually manages the lake for its intended purpose, which is drinking water for 7 voting members, including 3 Indian tribes. And of course, the city is a voting member on the association. There are 12 public reservoirs within 1 hour of Durango. 4 are full use, including water skiing. That does include Lake Nighthorse as well as paddling. 6 are no wake, and 2 are non-motorized. And so these are the recreation assets that are in our region. In 2010, an economic impact study was completed, and it indicated that 12.7 million of economic output would be generated at full build out of Lake Nighthorse Recreation Area. And we have captured in 2020 that 20% of the revenue that the city receives is from contracted programs, and 80% of the revenue that is received is from entrance pass sales. And then any shortfall is equally shared by the Bureau of Reclamation and the City of Durango for that operational subsidy. As you know, when we opened Lake Nighthorse in 2018, there were no recreational amenities other than the boat ramp that was built while the whole reservoir was constructed. But everything else has been added by the city in partnership with the Bureau of Reclamation, and shown here is the picture of the most recent addition at the swim beach. The city has invested about $2.4 million in those improvements over the last 5 years. This is a pie chart that many individuals have referred to. We have showed this to the community in a variety of methods. The top part of the pie chart I'd like to clarify for the council. This represents staff observations as well as information that we are collecting from people when we sell a pass, or we either a day use pass or an annual pass or for Lake Nighthorse. And then those people that have purchased an annual pass, they will just go through without checking in at the entrance station. And then we simply observe, are they pulling a boat? Do they have a canoe on top? So this is just an estimate. This is not this is give us an order of magnitude. And so we are absolutely talking about if we even should continue this data collection, because it is based on observation, not necessarily 100% accurate with regard to having stopped every customer as they come into Lake Nighthorse. So I wanted to make sure that the council was aware of that. The other numbers, though, are quite accurate in terms of the day of use that people come to Lake Nighthorse. The busiest day would be Sunday, second busiest would be Saturday, followed by Friday. We do not see a big difference in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday for the last 3 years, even though on Monday and Wednesday, there were no wake days all day over the last 3 years. And the other thing that we'd like to show to the council with these numbers is that there has been significant growth in the number of users at Lake Nighthorse. Between the opening year 2018 and 2019, we had about 15,000 more people come to Lake Nighthorse. And between 2019 and 2020, almost 30,000 new people came to Lake Nighthorse. So we are seeing exponential growth, and we do expect that to continue with the swim beach opening up this year. One of the things that we have done since we opened Lake Nighthorse and continues to be a commitment of the Parks and Recreation Department is to practice adaptive management. And these are the steps that have already been taken in the last 3 years to accommodate all the users at Lake Nighthorse. There was a designated non-motorized area of 107 acres on the north shore of the lake. 38% of the lake surface has been wakeless or non-motorized since 2018. Monday and Wednesday all day was a non-wake producing, so no wake except for holidays. And then we did construct the swim beach and brought in new wave attenuation at the swim beach area. So those are all examples of items that we did. We did complete a survey, which we often do with our recreation programs and facilities in 2020. This was sent to the pass holders at Lake Nighthorse. A recreation area. We got about 625 responses, which was about 25% of the total passes that were sold at Lake Nighthorse for the year. And just to give you an idea, the pass holders account for about 50% of the total sales at Lake Nighthorse, and the other 50% are people that pay for a day use pass, just to give you an idea of what that breakdown is. And what we found from the community is about 92% were felt that the customer service was excellent to good at Lake Nighthorse, and we have some other percentages listed. I'd like to kind of highlight that about 68% did favor adding another wakeless day, and the most favorite day to be added was Friday. We did not ask in the survey if it should be a partial day or a whole day. It was just a simple question about should more time be added. Thank you. And at the public engagement process that we did on the 22nd and 24th, we did have a lot of discussion parameters which were shared with the community, and just wanted to review some of those for you. That it was meant to be a very inclusive process and meant to be finding solutions that could work for all users. And we did have good acknowledgement from the community that the lake is currently working, and we just wanted to see what we could do to hear all the voices to balance that conversation. So we did talk to the community about the decision-making process. We got a tremendous amount of input in the larger groups, but most significantly in the smaller group sessions that we had, both on the 22nd and the 24th. We had 14 Parks and Recreation professionals that would participate in the facilitation of those small groups, in addition to Joy Lujan, who managed the larger group process. We've received many emails that have been posted on the City of Durango website, and we looked at solutions staff did that were inclusive, didn't leave anyone out, and was financially viable. And we also looked for solutions that we could receive concurrence from the Bureau of Reclamation and the Anamasaplata Operation and Maintenance Association, and that we let the community know that we would notify them in March of the decision. So one of the things that we can tell you about the public engagement process is that we had 177 total individuals that registered for the event. And the reason that we registered people is because we wanted to know what user group they were representing. And so as you can see, that we had a broad representation of user groups. It was certainly the heaviest weighted users were paddlers and wakeboard, wake surf, and water skiers. Those were the two highest user groups, but we did have voice from everyone type of user, every type of user that uses Lake Nighthorse. And so we felt that we did hear the community in terms of what their desires are. The common themes that we heard, that there was broad community support. There was a desire for additional convenient parking, a need for a separated launch and staging area, a desire for longer operation hours, and a very strong desire for safety, education, and enforcement. The themes that lacked community support that was unified were wakeless hours and days, wakeless zones, and parking enforcement. How we would enforce that parking was not universally held. So these are the adaptive management solutions that the Parks and Recreation staff is prepared to announce to the community. We have gone back to the The 2021 hours would be going back to the pre-COVID hours of operation by adding an hour, early mornings and late evenings, basically the primary months of June through September, adding times so it would open at 6:30 in the morning and close at 7:30 at night for the busiest June through August, and then in September from 7:30 to 6:30 in the evening. And so that was something that there was broad community support for, that they felt that in doing this would help alleviate some of the congestion that people were experiencing at the lake. The other thing that we did, even though there wasn't broad community consensus on this, is we have decided to designate an additional 62 acres on the North Shore, which is bringing the total of no wake or non-motorized area to 42% of the lake surface. And so this will give the paddling community a safe passage, which was desired by the community from the east to the west shore, shoreline, and giving a adequate area as well for that open use for the water skiing and wakeboarding. The other improvement that we have got permission to proceed with and is actually under construction now is we are building a separated hard surface paddling launch craft entrance at the swim beach. So what happened when we built the swim beach, we stopped the concrete walkway at the sand rather than bringing it all the way to underwater when the lake is full. And so we got permission from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Bureau of Reclamation, and the association to extend that walkway, the concrete walkway, so people can easily walk with their kayak or their canoe or their paddling gear or swimming into the water on a hard surface, which was desired at the boat ramp. And so what we've done is created that at the swim beach. And we've also provided a shortcut crusher fine path to get people to that same area. And this was highly desired and recommended by the community during the public engagement process as well. The next we talked about, and which you've heard about tonight, is to have a consistent and inclusive schedule so that all recreation users can enjoy the lake every day. And so we are designating Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from opening, because that does change depending on the season, to 10 a.m. And you may wonder, why did we pick 10 a.m.? Well, what we have observed over the last 3 years is that Lake Nighthorse is frequently windy every afternoon. And so it often starts blowing at 11. Sometimes it waits till 12, but usually by 1 o'clock, there aren't many paddlers on the lake because it's too windy. And so what we've seen is that the paddlers do enjoy the lake in the early morning hours. And so we'd like to save those coveted hours in the early morning for the paddlers 3 days a week. And when we polled the community about if we were to add more wakeless time, what day would that be? The most frequently noted date was Friday. And staff had a concern that actually managed Lake Nighthorse to look at a weekend day because it's so busy. And we felt that it was a better use of the resource and accommodating the needs of all users by looking at a Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule. And so why we added the 10 a.m. is it allows those paddlers to come in without a wake by motorboats early morning as they desire. But they can continue to stay and paddle when the paddle boat, when the motorized craft come. And many people do that. And many people said in our public engagement meetings that if you simply get the safety concerns addressed at the boat ramp, give a separate launch, add more no-wake zones, that satisfied the majority of the people that were at the meeting. Many people at the public engagement meeting said, get rid of the wakeless days altogether. And we felt that that was too extreme. We felt that in order to really hear our community and come up with a schedule that worked well, we should propose and move forward with a wakeless Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. The other thing that we added to this time was a quiet time. And so what we're asking is if people are here with music on boats or music on the shore, that they don't crank that volume too much until after 10 a.m., just out of respect for those individuals that do enjoy the quiet, serene experience at Lake Nighthorse. What our next steps are is to publicize the adaptive management changes. We are recruiting volunteers to help us with education and primarily safety concerns at the boat ramp. We've already initiated construction of the paddlecraft ramp, and we also have gotten permission from Bureau of Reclamation to go ahead and buoy that expanded zone on the lake for paddling. And we are working on additional safety and educational signage that will be installed prior to the opening of the lake on April 2nd. So happy to answer any questions of the council, but that's the presentation that I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Metz. And this is not a public hearing. However, I would entertain questions from council to Kathy before we move on to the balance of our proclamations. So those folks that are waiting in the wings for proclamations, please hang in there if you would. I envision a few councilor questions for Kathy Metz at this time.
Kathy, I'll go ahead. Given the very limited hours that you're saying that the lake is not it's not windy, have you considered 7 days a week wakeless from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m.? So people, particularly those that work during the week. And have you also considered any time in the evening that can be no wake, so that those that work all day can come with their families, and recognizing that there will be wind, but maybe they want to paddle out and not have to be worried about motorized vehicle adding to their concerns? What considerations have you given to both 7 days a week and evening no wake times?
We discussed with the staff after we heard all of the community input about what the desires are for the schedule for wakeless from the public engagement meeting. And so we certainly did talk about, could we do a 7 day a week operation? And we felt that, and the consultant that Joy Lujan, where we ran the schedule by, she felt that the Monday, Wednesday, Friday, the 3 days a week was very generous to the paddling community. And so I think that what you would hear from the motorized community is that they also desire that early morning experience. And so if it starts getting windy at 11, which it often does, then those people that want that flat water for water skiing or other recreational activities where it involves a boat going fast, it's really limiting their opportunity at 7 days a week. We talked about, opening up and then having a no wake period, from the early morning, say 6:30 to 10, and then allowing that full use, and then having another period of time where we want to have then just a no wake at the end of the day. And the staff that manage Lake Night Horse day-to-day operations felt that that would be confusing to the public and difficult to manage. And so felt that what they've observed is oftentimes when the wind picks up in the afternoon, a lot of people clear out from the lake. And so you don't have the pressure at the end of the day anywhere near that you have at the beginning of the day. And so really oftentimes people can come in those evenings right now with the last 3 years of history and paddle in the evenings with very little motorized pressure. And because most of the motorized people, because it's more gear and more to get organized, they're typically out there for the day, and when they leave, they go. And so what we've observed is that the pressure for use is primarily 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And so after that, it's really not as busy. So the staff didn't think that we needed to have an evening no wake time because that's happening naturally now anyway. And so we certainly talked about sort of splitting the days, or, do we want to do more than just the 3 days a week? And this seemed to really mirror the recommendations that we heard from the community, hearing all the voices. So that's why we are recommending the schedule that we've come forward with.
Well, thank you. I'll just add that for the person who works Monday through Friday, right now with their schedule, Monday, Wednesday, Friday has no wake time from 7 to 10, if I'm correct. Those are the days, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Yes. So there's no option for the person who works Monday through Friday to enjoy Lake Night Horse on the weekend in a wake-free time period.
What we've heard from the users of Lake Nighthorse is that most paddlers that come are very satisfied with their recreational experience, sharing the lake with all the users. We have not heard from very many members of the public that they simply will not come if there's a motorboat going fast. What we've heard from the users and observed is that typically the boats that are pulling the skiers or the wakeboarders or the surfers are going to the south side of the reservoir, far away from the paddling community that are out there. And so we're just hearing that most people are telling us that they feel completely safe and they enjoy their experience, even if the boats are on the water and they're going fast.
Thank you, Kathy. Any other counselors? Start with Kim. You have any questions? No? Okay. Councilor Youssef. And Chris. Councilor Bettini?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Kathy. I think I appreciate it so much. And thank you for that clarification. I'm looking forward to having the lake open, period. I don't have a lot of choice as to when I go or when I don't go. So I just go when I can. And so far I haven't been run over by a motorboat, but be careful if you see a white-haired guy out in the middle of the lake on a paddleboard, don't run over me. So thanks so much. And let's move on to our next item, 5.3, which is a proclamation for COVID-19 Month of Remembrance. This is COVID-19 Month of Remembrance, whereas March 5th, 2021 marks 1 year since the first case of COVID-19 was discovered in Colorado. And whereas we grieve for Coloradans who have lost their lives to the virus and think that many individuals who have suffered severe illness, and think about the many individuals that have suffered severe illness. And whereas like the rest of the world, residents of Durango have endured monumental challenges while making sacrifices to protect the health and safety of our community. And whereas we have tackled the virus with unity of effort and strong collaboration. And whereas despite the impacts of the virus, communities in Southwest Colorado remain strong and there is hope around the corner. And whereas we thank our community for continuing to demonstrate resilience by following public health guidance to ensure safety and a gradual return to normality. Now, therefore, I, Dean Brookie, Mayor of Durango, Colorado, do hereby proclaim March 21st as COVID-19 Month of Remembrance. And again, do we have anybody to receive this proclamation this evening specifically, or I was very happy to read that. March 5th was a day, I remember well when Governor Polis was handed a Post-it note during a meeting of the Colorado Association of Ski Towns, in which he was informed that the first case of coronavirus had hit. And it's amazing to think that it's only 1 year ago today, and we've endured this entire year. And I'd like to thank staff and our fellow counselors for all the considerations and decisions we've had to make to put us in the position, quite honestly, a relatively good position moving into the recovery period that we hope to encounter during this next year. So, Jose, I don't know if we do have a recipient of this proclamation this evening, or if we can move on to the next one.
Oh, we can move on to the next one. This one was just put together for staff, by staff.
Thank you so much, and thanks staff for doing that. The next one is a proclamation offered to us by a group in the community, the Meet In Day. Whereas Durango appreciates the contributions of the agricultural and livestock producers in this community, and whereas it is in the interest of health, safety, and welfare of the residents of Durango to join in designating March 20th as La Plata County Ranching, Livestock, and Meet-In Day. Now, therefore, I, Dean Brookie, Mayor of Durango, Colorado, do hereby proclaim March 20th, 2021 as Meet-In Day, and each year into the future is hereby designated La Plata County Ranching, Livestock, and Meet-In Day. And I believe we have a member of the Veronica Lassiter, we welcome you to our meeting this afternoon or this evening, and have a few minutes for your comments.
Thank you so much for your time today, members of council, and thank you for accepting my proclamation. I'm representing the La Plata County Farm Bureau this evening, and while I just have a short statement that I'd like to read. While I grew up in the urban areas, I was lucky enough to meet, marry, and ranch alongside my husband, a La Plata County native, for the past 12 years. I've learned firsthand the challenges and the rewards of ranching and running a sheep operation, and feel so blessed to experience such a wonderful industry. I would like to reiterate an issue of concern for myself and our community. The urban and rural divide is a real and problematic issue. So when the governor of our beautiful state, whose second largest industry is agriculture, proclaims a meat-free day, days before the annual Colorado Ag Week, it not only sends a hurtful and disrespectful message to the agriculture industry, but empowers those in the urban areas to continue dismissing the needs and concerns of this industry. A local proclamation by this council would send a unifying message of importance of agriculture in our community and the great state of Colorado. It is important that we begin to appreciate and celebrate our diversity, which brings unity to our community. Thank you for your support and consideration in bringing awareness to the importance of this industry.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate your time, and appreciate that aspect of our history and our future economy. Thank you so much, and thanks for joining us this evening. And see all you back in the background there. Thank you so much for joining us. With that, we move on to the consent agenda. Item 6 on our agenda. The consent agenda is 4 items of routine or non-controversial content, and intended to be approved by a single motion by council. We read the consent agenda, then we offer any councilor can have an item on the consent agenda removed for singular approval, and then we would vote on that item after further discussion. So with that, we can have a reading of the consent agenda. Ms. Phillips.
Item 6.1 and 6.2 are approval of minutes. 6.1, the minutes from the regular meeting of February 16th, 2021. 6.2, the minutes from the special meeting of February 23rd, 2021. 6.3 through 6.5 are discussion and possible action items. 6.3 concerns Resolution R 2021-8, authorizing the appropriation for the Internet Crimes Against Children Grant Program Award that will close by September 30th, 2021. 6.4 concerns Resolution R 2021-9, authorizing Durango City representatives to coordinate with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment and Colorado Water Resource and Power Development Authority regarding financial matters. 6.5 concerns Resolution R 2021-10, authorizing additional appropriation to the general fund for consultant services in the Finance Department. Item 6.6 is a request for public hearing with a proposed date of April 6, 2021 to consider an ordinance granting the city manager authority to allow short-term use of city-owned condos to support human resources staffing efforts. And items 6.7 and 6.8 are final approval of ordinances. 6.7 is Ordinance O 2021-4, approving the annexation and initial zoning for the 26918 South Highway 160 addition to the city of Durango and declaring an effective date. And item 6.8 is final approval of Ordinance O 2021-5, authorizing the transfer of city-owned land to the Colorado Department of Transportation for purposes of roadway intersection and pedestrian improvements at 1235 Camino del Rio and declaring an effective date.
Very good, thank you. And do we have any counselor that would wish to have an item removed from the consent agenda?
I do, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to have item 6.6 removed, the ordinance regarding short-term leases for city property.
Excellent. Any other counselors wish to withdraw any consent agenda item? Seeing no others, I would entertain a motion to approve the remaining consent agenda items, less 6.6.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Thank you both. And may we have a roll call, please? Ms. Phillips.
Counselor Youssef,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Bettine,
Yes.
Counselor Noseworthy,
Yes.
and Mayor Brookie.
Yes, thank you so much. It brings us to item 8 on our agenda, removed consent agenda items. We are considering 6.6, which was removed. May I ask Councilor Noseworthy what she would like to have addressed?
Yes, I'm mostly interested in having the city manager come back to council with the options for selling this property. I think that in this market, it could produce a significant sum of money. I question having the city competing with the private sector for stays. And I don't know that short-term rentals is the best return on our investment for this resource. So I'm not opposed to the ordinance, but I would like the city manager to come back with some options for how we might use funds, whether that could be workforce housing or funds for the URA or anything else. What our options are if we chose to sell the property rather than continue occasional short-term rentals.
Can you formulate a motion if that's your desire?
Sure. I'd like to, I move that the city manager, in addition to bringing the ordinance, bring options for selling the 2 rental properties and how we might use the proceeds from any of those sales.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. May we have a roll call, please, Ms. Phillips?
Mayor
Well,
Pro
I
Tem
think
Baxter.
there's some discussion here.
Sure. I'm sorry. Amy, if we can hold on the roll call and we will have discussion. Starting with you, Ms. Baxter.
Thank you. I understand why this is a nice asset for the city to have when we're hiring people, but I do have the same concerns that Councilor Noseworthy has in that for the amount of time that we are actually using these units in this way, I don't know how many days a year they're used like this. So I can't justify if having a unit like this, owning a unit like this is a reasonable expense, because possibly it would be significantly cheaper to house them somewhere else if it's only being used a month out of the year. And without that information, I can't know whether this is the best use of the asset. So I think it's a great idea to have a conversation about what are the options and what's the best use and what's the best thing for taxpayer dollars.
Any other discussion?
Could I ask for some clarity on Councilor Noseworthy expressed it as a short-term rental? I'm not really reading that. Do we really mean short-term rental, or just that you want to enter lease agreements for folks that are outside of the city employment?
It's my understanding that maybe it's the definition of short-term, but it's my understanding it was a month, maybe 2 months. It was not, 2 years that they were renting. And of course, the assumption would be that those were obviously at market rate. But my concern is anything that if we were going to be attracting someone and they needed a space to live for a month until they found something, and if it was part of our package to cover their cost, you could cover that through a hotel or a vacation rental or something else. I don't think it's necessary to compete in this day and age with the private sector. And I think that maybe, I don't know the history of when those were purchased, but maybe there wasn't the same availability as there is now. So my concern is we're sitting on an asset that I'm not certain is producing a return or an appropriate return for us, and I'd like to explore other options.
I would just like to.
I do think so. There's a confusion though in the question here though too, and maybe this might be part of the problem too. For me, it is anyway, is I'm not certain whether you're asking for this ordinance to be pushed off until we get this information or this decision until we get the information, or if we can go ahead and pass 6.6 tonight and have that conversation in the future.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to passing the ordinance. at all. It gives the city manager the flexibility. But I think as a council, I would like to see us take on the review of the asset. What has it produced? What are the options for selling it? What would that produce for us? What's the gain in holding it much longer in this market? So I'd like the city manager to come to us with an analysis of the value of this asset.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor. And if there's no further discussion, we can vote on that motion. And then if that, so let's do that and have a roll call, please, Amy.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter,
Yes.
Councilor Noseworthy,
Yes.
Councilor Bettine,
No.
Councilor Youssef,
Yes.
Mayor Brookie.
No. Motion passes. So we move on to the next item, which is public hearings, 9.1, legislative and policy related hearings. Our first legislative and policy related hearing tonight is a public hearing to consider adoption of the Midtown Urban Renewal Plan. So I believe we have a staff presentation, and perhaps our city manager would like to introduce that presentation.
Absolutely. We do have Scott Shine and Alex Rugoff joining us today to do the presentation for the Midtown Urban Renewal Plan. Scott?
Good evening, councilors. Thank you for having us. We're excited to be here tonight. As you know, we could go on for a long time about urban renewal and all the benefits, but we know you have a very full agenda. And so we're going to try and hit the high points for you and for the people who are watching, but go through quickly. We've tried really hard to keep you informed all along the way. And obviously in your other role, you've stayed informed about what's been happening with the Urban Renewal Authority, but we'll give you a little refresh and then look forward to having you act on the resolution to adopt the Midtown Urban Renewal Plan. At this sort of culminating moment where we're adopting our first urban renewal plan, I just want to make sure that I point out that even though it's just Alex and I presenting to you tonight, it really has been a collaborative team effort, both within the city and then within the community. There's been a lot of staff that have assisted on this and have worked on it, from other community development staff to the city attorney's office. The city clerk's office has helped us with making sure we meet our noticing requirements and comply with the statute. Diane Gersh and other finance staff have helped us to run some models and do some projections on finances. And then there are other partner organizations in the community. The county, 9R, the BID are all sort of part of our core partner group, as you know. And then groups like the Alliance, the Chamber, Region 9, Fort Lewis College, Local First have all expressed support for the Urban Renewal Authority and particularly the Midtown Plan. So we're really grateful for all that support. We worked really hard to communicate well with our partners and bring in a lot of diverse groups and talk about the benefits to our community. So we've also had some help from the outside with SEH planning, and they've helped us do some economic modeling. Downtown Colorado Inc., DOLA at the state level has helped support the Urban Renewal Authority, and OEDIT, again, at the state level, have all supported these efforts. So again, we're really excited to be here tonight, and I'm going to turn it over to Alex to just give a few key points about the Urban Renewal Plan, and then we'll be ready to answer any questions before you move into the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Good evening, councilors. We're excited to bring the Midtown Urban Renewal Plan before you tonight. The Durango Renewal Partnership, or URA, was formed about 10 months ago, back in May. Since then, the board has considered several different areas, but ultimately decided on the Midtown area. On the right, you'll see a map here of Midtown. And this area has a lot of opportunities for some of our top priorities, including housing, workforce housing. Its location offers walkable development and opportunities for transit and multimodal options. We do have some needed infrastructure improvements, and that's where the URA can be a partner in helping this area. It's also has some of that mixed use components. We've been working with the local creative and art community on bringing projects there. We feel that this area is prime for redevelopment and revitalization. There are several properties, both public and private, that are on the market in this area. And we've heard from the community strong support for bringing Midtown as our first urban renewal area. And to actually achieve some of these goals, like workforce housing and transit improvements, the first step is to actually drafting an urban renewal plan and adopting that plan. And so we have the plan in the council packet. It was first drafted back in December and has gone through a few revisions and been sent out to the public and received feedback on it. This plan enables us to use tax increment financing, TIF, for up to 25 years, which is a valuable incentive for redevelopment. It also enables us to use some of these public-private partnerships to facilitate investment in the Midtown area. Again, TIF, it can only be used in the Midtown area, which boundaries are clearly defined in the plan and on that map in the last slide. The first step to actually doing this plan is to do a condition survey and draft up an impact report on the use of TIF and how it will impact future development in this area. I want to give a special recognition to SEH, local firm here, in particular, Andy Arnold, one of the planners here who's been instrumental in conducting this condition survey and creating a sophisticated model to project out the impact of future development and redevelopment. We held a public outreach meeting back in November where we received strong support from property owners and have complied with state requirements around public noticing and in publishing this public hearing in the paper. The Planning Commission reviewed the Midtown plan and endorsed the plan during their meeting in February. And the Durango Renewal Partnership, which is made up of 9 board members, including the 5 counselors, a member from the Durango BID, the county, and the school district, as well as the assessor, unanimously approved the Midtown Urban Renewal Plan. And so tonight, there are really 3 steps for council. After this presentation, we'll open up for a public hearing. Following that public hearing, council may act on the resolution to adopt the plan. And then later in this meeting, we'll bring forward a TIF agreement between the city and the URA on allocating that TIF revenue. We'll also have another presentation that goes in that in more detail. We finalized the TIF agreements with the school district and the business improvement district, and we're having good conversations with the county as well. We have 120 days following adoption of the plan to finalize those agreements. So there is a good buffer, and we believe we can get those finalized well before a 120-day period. I know there's a lot on the agenda tonight, so I'll open up for questions and thank you for your time and all the work that's gone into getting us to this point.
Thank you, Alex. If that's the conclusion of the staff report, I can ask for councilors' questions of Alex and team now, and Scott, or we can open up for public hearing if you want to hold your questions for later. If I see any hands from council, great. If not, then we will move. I will simply open the public hearing and ask Mitchell if in fact we have anybody that would like to speak to council this evening. And again, if you are on Zoom, just do your raise hand function and you will be allowed to speak. If you are calling by phone, just dial *9, and you will also be selected by our monitor to enter the meeting, and then push *9 and you will be unmuted and talk for a period of 3 minutes. Mitchell, do we have any participants this evening? Thank you.
Yes, Mayor. The first name on my list here is Michael. Michael, I have invited you to speak. Please give us your full name and whether or not you are a city resident for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mitchell. My name is Michael French. I am a city resident. I am also the executive director for the La Plata Economic Development Alliance. Good evening, Mayor Brookie, City Council, and City Manager Madrigal. Thank you for allowing me to comment. The Alliance would like to express our full support for the Durango Renewal Partnership Midtown Redevelopment Plan. The initiative takes a very progressive approach to revitalization that leverages creative financing and addresses our community challenges, specifically housing, and the Alliance is very interested in workforce housing. It takes into consideration how we value assets like Buckley Park, the 9R building, and the best use of these for our community. We believe it'll take public-private partnerships to advance any economic development initiatives, and the URA is a great example of facilitating these. So hats off to Alex, Scott, and I know, Scott, you don't like to take a full representation of this, but hats off to you and your team. The support and success of this first URA project is critical for projects that will soon follow, leveraging the tools that the URA has brought to the table, like tax increment financing. So I look forward to a very successful project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. French, and thanks for your support. Mitchell, do we have other people we can welcome into our public hearing?
Yes, Mayor. The next name on my list is Frank. Frank, it's your turn to speak. Please unmute yourself, give us your full name and whether or not you're a city resident, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Frank Lockwood, and yes, I am a resident of the city of Durango. I just had a couple of quick questions for Alex or Scott, and that is, it says, I don't know the real fine details of the authority. Will there be any kind of flexibility with regard to height limits, parking requirements, or density that are any different than the standard rules governing development in the city?
And Mr. Lockwood, we typically would just take these questions and allow, instead of a dialogue, we can have them address those questions and when we get back in session. If that's acceptable to you, that's great.
Thank you.
And we'll move on. And thank you for your questions. Mitchell, do we have any other folks?
So far, I'm not seeing anybody else raise their hand. We do have quite a full attendee list, so if you are here to speak to item 9.1.1, now is your opportunity. Oh, we do have another one.
Excellent.
Olivier, I have invited you to speak. Please unmute yourself, give us your first and last name, and whether or not you're a city resident for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi there, this is Olivier Mosmans, live in city limits. I wanted to say thanks to you all and all the parties involved in moving this project forward and the initiatives. So you have my full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivier. And if there's no other participants in the public hearing, with the final check, thank you, Mitchell. I will now close the public hearing and return to staff. And we have a couple of questions posed by Mr. Lockwood relative to the flexibility, and maybe Scott or Alex can talk to the flexibility, what concessions might be made relative to parking and the goals of the Durango Renewal Partnership in participating with developers in this with this methodology.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Brookie. It's a good question from Mr. Lockwood, and it's important to note that this doesn't exempt projects from going through the typical review process. So there's not any blanket either waivers or variances or things like that. And but there's a lot of great synergy with, as you know, Alex and I are housed in the Community Development Department. So working with the URA and helping on the front end to shape projects in a way that can either meet our standards or propose a reasonable variance that would then go through the applicable process. There's a lot of benefit from having the URA housed in the community development department and having that cross communication with the development review process. So that's how I would answer Mr. Lockwood's question. I think when you look at the Midtown area particularly, he asked about parking, and Midtown is really poised to, I think, have some reduced parking standards because of its location. It's on a transit line. It's in a walkable location. There's lots of multimodal facilities. So for that specific standard, it seems well poised to look at creative solutions to our parking standards and figure out how to apply those in a reasonable and sort of flexible way. So.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, we'll see. Every project has a unique amount of flexibility. Is what my understanding is as well, and that's the purpose of it. But the city's at the table and drives that conversation. So thanks for answering. With that, open it back up to councilors to ask any further questions of staff. I think we all are fairly familiar with this effort and what it brings to Durango, but we do have one last opportunity specific to Midtown. And it's probably important to note for the public to know that we've already approved the establishment of the Urban Renewal Authority, commonly known as the Durango Renewal Partnership. And this is specific to a designated area called Midtown, which is in the documents. And so we look forward to that being an initial area of focus in the community. So any questions for council of staff? I'm looking and I see none. Barbara, okay.
Barbara, go ahead if you had one.
That's you, Kim. Councilor Baxter. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say that I know this is like the second time that we've seen the presentation because we're all on the board, which is awesome. And this is a great project and it has some potential for significant benefit for the community. So since I didn't see any other questions, if you don't mind, Mayor, I'd go ahead and make a motion.
I'd entertain the motion. Thank you.
So I would move I don't have the, Dirk, do we have the ordinance number? The resolution number, sorry.
Can I ask for that? Yeah, absolutely. Then
you're on mute.
Dirk, you need to unmute, please. Yeah.
I'm trying to unmute. Yeah, this is resolution 2021-11.
2311.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
I'm sorry, resolution 2021-11.
Thank you. So I would move that we approve resolution 2021-11 to adopt the Midtown Urban Renewal Plan.
I'll second.
Yeah, I heard Councilor Youssef in there. It's been moved and seconded. And may I have a roll call, please, Ms. Phillips?
Councilor Youssef?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter?
Yes.
Councilor Bettine?
Yes.
Councilor Noseworthy?
Yes.
Mayor Brookie?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And with that, we move on to agenda item 9.2, quasi judicial hearings, which generally involve elements of land use public hearing. And our first one is 9.2.1, which is a public hearing to consider the Rosemary Lane preliminary development plan, which is the address is 157 Rosemary Lane. And with that, I'll ask for a staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Brookie. Bear with me here while I share my screen. Okay, thank you, councilors. My name is Dan Armentano. I'm with the Community Development Department, and this is the Rosemary Lane Preliminary Development Plan. Start with a quick project summary. So this is a 16-unit residential plan development located along the western portion of Rosemary Lane, which I will show you here in a minute. The conceptual development plan, as well as a rezone and a right-of-way abandonment, was approved by City Council back in July of last year. And the layout of the development is somewhat unique, but it is tailored to the site and provides ample benefits to both future residents as well as the overall community. This is a context map showing the property location. This is the subject parcel here outlined in orange. It's a little bit north of Highway 160, about a mile west of downtown, close to the tech center. And this is a zoomed in aerial view of the property showing the current use. It's basically vacant, was previously rented to a local rafting company for storage of some of their vehicles. This also shows some of the topography on site. So Lightner Creek does run along the south and eastern border of the subject property. Rosemary Lane is along the northern border. That will change with this development. And this site photo shows the topography in a little bit more detail as well. So big aspect of this proposal is to reroute Rosemary Lane kind of through the center of the open area that you can see here on the left. That will allow for homes to be built on both sides of the road. So just to go into a little bit more of a description of the site and the conditions of the development. So the developer is going to need to rebuild Rosemary Lane from Perrins Canyon Drive through the development. Rosemary Lane is currently well below city standards. It's quite narrow, no curb and gutter, no sidewalk, street trees. However, with the reconstruction, there will be significant pedestrian improvements, including sidewalk all the way to Perrins Canyon Road. There will be sidewalk on both sides of the road and street trees, landscape strips through the development itself, as well as new water and sewer mains within the right-of-way to service the homes. The 16 homes will be sited on somewhat small lots with varied setbacks. They'll have somewhat of a townhome style design with a first floor garage and flex space, and then main living space on the second and third floors. The flex space is going to be eligible for conversion to a ground level ADU. We'll talk about this a little bit more later on in the presentation. The proposal also includes a 1.2 acre passive park along the Lightner Creek riparian corridor. And this site plan sort of demonstrates the items that I just described. So you can tell from here, Rosemary Lane is routed more towards the east through the development and allows those 10 lots to be platted, up against the hillside on the northern side of the road. The other 6 lots will back to that passive park, which is a really nice amenity, will be pretty considerable in size, running along Lightner Creek, and we'll have that nice gravel path that's shown on there as well. This does show some of the street improvements, but I think those are better represented on this slide. These are some elevations and renderings that were provided by the applicant, showing the streetscape, which is certainly a vast improvement over the condition that was shown in the previous photo. Also shows the proposed structures. You can see they are 3 stories in height, as mentioned. The developer and the architect has made an effort to include some 1-story elements and entry features, as well as some of those trellises that you can see there to try to reduce the massing of the structures from the street, and to include a human scale in the buildings. Just to touch briefly on alignment with city codes and policies. So this is a planned development. So it's essentially a custom zone, which will be governed by a planned development agreement. Accordingly, there's considerable flexibility to typical LUD standards, but it does need to comply with section 63510 of the LUDC, which sort of looks at site layout, general overall design questions, engineering solutions. These were reviewed by staff and deemed acceptable, and we feel they should provide a high quality environment. It does comply with the comprehensive plan and some of the other city policies. The proposed density is 6.8 units per acre. The comp plan's future land use does align with that. It's medium density. The riparian corridors preservation aligns with the comprehensive plan's goals for natural resources. The riparian corridor is a high value open space as determined by the comp plan. And then finally, the inclusion of ADUs in all 16 units, which is something we'll discuss further, will help address the need for additional housing. So just to go into the fair share proposal and the ADUs, there are some changes from the information that was submitted in the agenda docs. I'm not sure if counselors have received any the documentation that was sent over by staff earlier today that kind of goes over some of these changes, but I'll discuss those on this slide. Start with the fair share proposal. This has not changed. The developer has elected to pay a fee in lieu of a little less than $150,000. This is an option that is allowed by right for developments where 2 or less affordable units would need to be built, and that is the case in this circumstance. This is a change, and the timing of the payment of those fees in lieu will be made now prior to the issuance of building permits, as opposed to with the filing of the plats as described in the fair share proposal. That came out of a bit of negotiation with the developer related to the accessory dwelling units that are proposed for the development. In the Planning Commission hearing, there was significant discussion about an encouragement on behalf of the planning commissioners for the developer to include and build out ADUs in all of the units. Staff had previously stated and essentially required or assumed that the ADUs would be required to go through a standard limited use permitting process, which is typical for any zone where ADUs are allowed. But following negotiations with the developer, we decided to allow ADUs by right within this development, which is a significant change and will be the first development within the city that ADUs are allowed by right. That will provide a streamlined approval process for future owners. And in turn, the developer has committed to improving first floor flex spaces to be essentially ADU ready in all 16 homes. And what that looks like is each flex space will include a complete bathroom, full bath or 3/4 bath, as well as a built-out kitchen with a kitchen sink, countertops, cabinets. They'll essentially be ready to go. Buyers of those units will still need to come to the city to finalize their approval, essentially get a certificate of occupancy for those units before they can be occupied. And it's important to note that they do have the option to not go through that process. They could just keep the space as a flex space. Neither the developer nor the city has the ability to compel future owners to complete the space as an ADU and rent it out. However, staff feels that if these units are built to that condition with essentially being ready to go for this use, we're hopeful that the majority of them will be converted. And we appreciate the developer's willingness to work with us on this item. Just to touch briefly on public comment, there wasn't much for this development. No written comments received. There was a neighboring property owner on Rosemary Lane that spoke up during Planning Commission, just requesting that construction traffic be routed through the Perrins Canyon entrance so that she's not listening to vehicles rumbling by her front door. And the developer is committed to addressing that concern to the best of his ability. As for the next step, so this is the preliminary development plan. The next step is the final development plan. At this phase, the final PD agreement, the fair share agreement, and the covenants will be finalized and recorded. Plats and engineering solutions will be finalized. We expect changes to those to be minimal. There will be no additional public hearings. The final development plan is typically conducted at the staff level, and the developer can begin road construction following final plan approval. I will note that there will be a few ordinances that come through City Council regarding the rezone and the right-of-way abandonment as this moves forward. So to conclude, staff feels that the proposed development is a creative solution. It's a challenging site that's been vacant for a long time. And we've worked with the developer and we feel like he's come with a pretty good solution for the property. The proposal does include a number of features that align with city goals, as mentioned previously, and the Planning Commission during their review recommended conditional approval on a 4-to-1 vote. So staff is recommending approval. I've got a recommended motion on screen. This is slightly different from what you guys have in your agenda documentation. At this point, I can pass it back to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, appreciate it. Great presentation. And I'll start off with a couple questions and then we'll kind of go around for council. Actually, just point of clarification, then we can open it for public hearing as well. That street that goes through the middle, the relocated street, I notice is wider, obviously between the double loaded, as it passes between the units, and it narrows back down after you go beyond the units to the limit of the property. Is that intended to be a city approved street, or is that a private drive?
Yes, yep, that's going to be a city street. So right now the existing Rosemary Lane is public right of way. As part of this proposal, that right of way will be abandoned and then the street reconstructed and rededicated to the city.
Thank you. Question 2, fees on the ADUs by right, and unique concept that we're setting some precedent for in our community. But and given that all these units are designated to be ADU ready, does a home buyer have to pay then that application fee for an ADU in order to go through, finalize that process to become an actual legal ADU?
So we have not nailed that down yet. Our thought is that the typical $550 limited use permit fee will not apply. The question is, will there be a reduced fee or just a completely eliminated fee? And we don't have an answer to that yet. My thought would be we could potentially eliminate it. It'd be essentially a very minimal process, I should say.
Right.
Essentially just a certificate of occupancy would need to be issued. We would need to collect impact fees for the ADU conversion.
Thanks, Dan. And I didn't mean to jump ahead of my fellow counselors. So before I open a public hearing, I'll ask if anybody else wants to ask a question of Mr. Amatano now, or wait for after we close the public hearing.
And we do have the developer with us too. I'm not sure what the order of operations is, but I believe he would like to make just a brief presentation. So
yeah, if we can bring them in immediately after the public hearing to answer any questions and hear their presentation as well, that would be awesome. And I see no questions of council. So with that, I will open the public hearing and ask Mitchell if we have anybody that we can welcome into our public hearing this evening on this particular issue.
Good evening, Mayor. I do not see anybody who has raised their hand to speak during the public hearing portion of this agenda item, but we do have the developer waiting in the wings if they want to give their presentation.
Okay. If you can bring them in, I will, seeing no participants in the public hearing, I will close the public hearing and move back to a presentation by the developer and followed by questions from council.
Hi there. My name is Jake Lavin. I'm the developer. Thanks for your time tonight. I'll try to keep my remarks brief. The architect, Elizabeth Boone with Reynolds Ash and Associates is also in attendance in case there's any questions on the design. The team really has worked hard on this. We're 2 years into the process now. And as Dan mentioned, there are reasons why this site is sat vacant for all this time, despite having a residential land use designation. The Rosemary Lane public right of way is deficient. We're going to have to construct just about 1,000 lineal feet of new public infrastructure and address a number of deficiencies off-site as well. But I think the hard work has been worth it. I think this is a model project, in my opinion, and it will garner a lot of attention going forward. I did put together just a few slides. Let me pull them up. Won't spend a lot of time. Hold on, a few more clicks here and we should be ready. So I will amend my map to include the Midtown urban renewal boundary, but this has a good location close to downtown. I'm very excited the big plans for that area, and just in general the vibrancy of downtown. Dan mentioned and covered some of the highlights of the site plan, and I think the fact that it is a public street really is a highlight. As I'll mention later on, it really lowers the cost of home ownership, which is important, and it provides and it's a public asset. And the passive park is a huge asset for the residents of this neighborhood, but also just for the health of the habitat as well. I've included some pictures of the habitat. It's a very healthy riparian habitat. Other than the gravel path, there will be no improvements to it. It will be maintained in a natural state. There'll be obviously some periodic upkeep needed. But the goal is to maintain a very healthy natural riparian habitat and a place for a nice backdrop for the homes and a place for some quiet relaxation in nature for the residents. The other really significant goal of the project, and really one of the compelling features, is that we're attempting to make this project be net zero energy and have it be one of the first, if not the first, net zero energy subdivisions in Southwest Colorado. That was a decision we made on day one. You can see the large roof areas here all pointing in the same direction. That's southwest orientation. Elizabeth did a really nice job accommodating these large roof areas in the design. Obviously, to be net zero energy and net carbon free energy, really, these will be all electric homes, so there'll be no natural gas infrastructure installed. And then we'll need to, use a number of really commercially tested techniques to reduce the energy consumption in the homes. There will be an initial 3.5 kilowatt PV system. And with those roofs the way they are, the system will be designed to be expandable to fully offset the energy use of the home. And then there'll be a number of features in the techniques to build a home that will reduce energy costs, starting with the thermal envelope of the home, the insulation techniques, and just high quality appliances and systems. And then, we talked a lot about the flex ADU spaces at the Planning Commission, and I really appreciate working with staff here in the last couple of weeks to sort of nail down the finishing of the ADUs. The ADUs were built into the project in terms of the design from day one. We're building the ADU spaces, we're building the roofs and the foundations and everything else. And there was a discussion around the level of finish of the ADU space. My original proposal was for the spaces to be a homeowner option. It seemed very straightforward for the homeowner if they wanted to elect to use that as an ADU space instead of a flex space to finish that off, and it would reduce the construction costs and then allow for a lower initial home price. But I do see the interest of the city to have units on the ground, and the market is improved. I do think the homeowners will absorb this additional cost associated with finishing out the units. So these will be finished ADU spaces, or ADU ready, as Dan put it. I hope I can use that in the marketing, Dan. I don't know if I need a trademark or something, but I think it has a lot of benefit for the community and also benefit for the residents. I mean, in terms of the benefit to the community, ADUs are the best practice really in creating attainable, affordable housing in high cost living areas like Durango without an impact on the neighborhood characteristics. It's workforce housing. These are small rental spaces. There's two plans here. This is the plan one, and this is really an efficiency unit. This is about, I think I measured 270 square feet. The Plan 2 space is a little more generous. I think you could consider it a studio, but it's still just under 500 square feet. So the rents associated with this are really going to be affordable. I mean, this is a space. Also, you're in someone's home, so the homeowner is going to be selective in who they rent these spaces to, and I think would be willing to accept lesser rent to have a high quality tenant that's meets the homeowner's sort of goals. But the rent will still be significant. Renting out these units will really lower the cost to the homeowner. So in addition to the benefit to the resident, there's the benefit to the homeowner. And there's a few other things that are really driving down the cost of ownership at this project. I mentioned all the public infrastructure. That's not being financed through a metro district or any other means. This is something that is being borne by the development upfront. So there'll be no metro taxes, very little in the way of HOA maintenance responsibilities. That saves thousands of dollars compared to other projects that have more significant either financing or private improvements. And then the cost savings related to the energy efficiency are very, very significant. I commissioned an energy, a HERS rating of the preliminary plans, and the initial score is a 32. A typical resale has a score of 130. So these homes are going to be somewhere in the order of 70 to 75% more efficient than a resale home, and that's thousands of dollars. Now, if you are living in a leaky home, you end up not, you sort of, to avoid the high cost, you sort of suffer the consequences of the environment. So I'm not saying you're going to save $3,000 every year living in this home, but you're going to have a much nicer environment, and you will save a good deal of money. And then the rental income, I've calculated that it's basically the equivalent of knocking off, $250,000 to $350,000 off the mortgage if you elect to rent out the units. So I do, so there's a lot of ways in which this project is creating attainable, affordable housing, both for the ADU tenants and for the homeowners. And I think that I'll stop sharing here. I really appreciate your time tonight. Want to commend Dan and the team for just really doing a first-rate job on this project and helping to solve the problems along the way. And I want to thank you as well for serving your community as counselors. And I really am excited to get this project going. I'm asking for your approval tonight. We're out to bid on the project. I started getting some bids yesterday on site improvements. So with any luck, if this is a project you can support, it's a project that can get under construction here this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lavin. And so we'll open it up to questions from council to staff or Mr. Lavin. Might just prompt you if Mayor Pro Tem Baxter, any questions that you can think of at this point?
I don't have questions, but I will have some comments later.
Okay. We'll go around for questions and then we'll ask for comments momentarily. Melissa, no questions?
No question. Thank you guys for working so hard with staff to come to some a compromise, if you will, and help us address some of our attainable, affordable housing goals. So I appreciate that very much. It's important for all of us.
Councilor Bettine, any thoughts or questions?
No questions, thanks.
Okay. And Councilor Noseworthy.
I do have one question of staff, which is, how does the lot size for this ADU compare with the requirement for lot sizes in other neighborhoods, particularly addressing Ms. Marbury's question earlier in public comment? Could you address that?
Sure. So these ADUs are incorporated into the dwellings, into the buildings already. So the areas where we have minimum lot sizes for ADUs, we allow detached ADUs. The areas where we don't, we allow integrated ADUs only. So that's kind of the biggest difference in this case. The smaller lots aren't really impacted by the ADU because they're not a separate structure. They're integrated into the existing dwelling.
I did have one question, one more question, if I can go back, if you're done, Barbara. Okay. Regarding the ADUs, I know is there anything, okay, I want to see them used as ADUs. And so what, can you review again, what are we doing? Because it's really up to the homeowner. They don't have to use it as the ADU, so they could use it as additional space, rec center space, or whatever, they wanted to do, correct? And is there anything that we can do to try to encourage it even more for the homeowner?
Yeah, that's a question that we sort of struggled with throughout this process, trying to find ways to incentivize the ADUs to be fully built out and used for that purpose. I think what we've settled on is just by trying to streamline that approval process as much as we possibly can. And beyond that, we don't really have a mechanism to require those units to be used for that purpose or rented out.
You did eliminate the building permit for the ADU, correct?
Yeah, so the building permit fee for the overall structure will basically, it's kind of confusing how that's calculated, but the square footage of the ADU will be subtracted from the number that's the overall square footage of the unit that will be used to calculate the building permit fee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think Kim, Council Baxter, you had a comment that you'd like to make, and then I'd entertain a motion if we're at all ready.
Sure. So there were a couple of things. One is I think this project is fabulous, and I'm highly supportive of it. And I like the idea of more housing. More housing helps everything, even if it's not specifically aimed at workforce or attainable housing. So, but I do have a little bit of a disagreement with you about the whether or not the ADUs provide affordable or workforce housing. And that is when you look at an efficiency or a studio that's going to rent for $1,000 to $1,300 a month, that really doesn't fit into the area median income affordability for either affordable or in some cases workforce housing. So I'm not convinced that this is actually going to fill that niche, but I do believe that the more rental units we have on the market, the more impact it has on the cost. But I'm not, this project alone won't create that. It will be a fairly expensive efficiency units. So I just wanted to be clear that that's my perspective on that. And then for staff, I kind of had a couple of questions. They're not actually questions. They're one of the comments made in the Planning Commission meeting was that the fair share ordinance doesn't, because originally the developer had proposed actually some rental units that would be affordable or workforce housing units. And I thought that was really intriguing. And obviously the Planning Commission did too, because they talked about it. And one of the things that was mentioned was that the fair share ordinance does not allow for rental units to substitute for the fee in lieu. It only allows for actual homes for sale, units for sale to take care of that requirement or the dollars spent, the fees. So I would like to suggest, I realize that on the planning staff's schedule this year is reworking the fair share ordinance. But I was on Planning Commission 3 or 4 years ago, and we were talking about that then. So it's been at least 4 years since that conversation about how the fair share ordinance actually doesn't achieve the goals that we want it to achieve. That conversation's been going on for a long time. And what I would have liked to have seen was, I realize that piecemeal changing the fair share ordinance is probably not the best thing. However, the idea that rentals can't be part of that ordinance and should probably be part of the ordinance, and we could have done an amendment as a council to that ordinance if staff had brought forward that concept. And I would have liked to have had that opportunity to have that discussion. The other thing that that was mentioned in the Planning Commission meetings was that neither the Homes Fund nor Housing Solution had the staffing to manage that workforce housing rental units. And I would have also liked to have had the opportunity to have the discussion of whether or not council would have been willing to, for a very part-time person to manage however many units, 11 units, whether or not we might have been willing to help with that. So those are the kind of creative ideas that I would like to have brought forward to us so that we at least have the option to consider those and bring them into the conversation. And so, and having said that, I do want you to know, Mr. Levine, that I think this is a great thing. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I love the park too. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I would add my comments, which are in full support of this project. I do think this grand experiment with embedded ADUs is unique as two things, adding to workforce housing to some extent. I agree with Councilor Baxter in that that price range is not really the target range for affordability, but it is what it is. What it is not, what we need to be careful of in further consideration of this concept is that it does jack up, obviously, the entry cost of these units. When you're creating a dwelling unit plus, that is going to be a more expensive unit ultimately, and therefore increase the price of that unit in terms of its entry price to the consumer in Durango. So while it's providing a rental option, it doesn't allow for a more affordable entry purchase price for many members of our community. Until lenders obviously consider the price of income, in rental income in amortization of their loan, which currently most lenders don't do. So at any rate, it's a grand experiment. I look forward to it. And I do support Councilor Baxter's comments that it's woefully, we are woefully in need of two things. One, a revamp of our fair share housing program in an attempt to gain more actual units of construction in our community. And secondly, in terms of management of that program, I think, as I've long stated, I think we need to have, bring that into our development, have a housing staff within our city staff to monitor programs like this, and hopefully other programs as we co-develop on our own properties and as we co-develop partner with other developers on urban renewal TIF projects in the future as well. That there will be a much more assertive role for the city in monitoring rental structures as well as housing deals moving into the future. So with that is a little off topic, so I will ask for a motion on this particular project. And can I hear a motion?
I wrote it down. I'll see if I can read my notes. I from the slide that you guys had up. That's the one you want, correct? I'm going to try that one. So we'll make a motion that we approve the Rosemary Lane preliminary development plan with findings and conditions reflected in the Planning Commission minutes from February 22nd, 2021, and as discussed during this public hearing, and delegate final development plan review authority to the administrator.
Second.
I heard Councilor Bachin second, and so we have it's been moved and seconded. May we have a roll call, please? Or you just have to get faster, that's all.
Can we have discussion before the vote?
I thought we had ample discussion, but if there's further comments, I would certainly entertain those, yes.
Well, yes, it's actually the process that we're supposed to go through. You asked for discussion before we vote, but there was something that I did want to comment on, actually, because you reminded me of it, Dean. A very good suggestion. We actually have in our strategic plan that we have personnel added for housing to the city staff organization. And I think that this is a perfect reason why. So I just wanted to make sure that that was emphasized. Thank you.
Welcome.
I'd like to thank the developer and the staff for working on this to find some creative solutions. I'm thrilled with the project. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call, please. Thank you.
Counselor Bateen,
Yes.
Counselor Youssef,
Yes.
Counselor Noseworthy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter,
Yes, enthusiastically.
and Mayor Berkey.
Yes. Motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Lavin.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thanks for joining us this evening. I appreciate it. We'll move on to 9.2.2 is a public hearing to consider the right-of-way abandonment, which is at 170 West 29th Street. And may we start off with a staff presentation, please. Okay, who we have joining us this evening to present?
Leah, we can't hear you.
Good evening, council. Leah Campbell's been the planner on this project. Let's see if her audio is working right now.
Okay. A few moments of panic for Leah, but that's okay. We're with you. We're with you. We've all been there.
Still not coming through.
Take this time to say, it's been an interesting year of no time in City Hall. And I'll be the first mayor that was sworn in virtually and never conducted a meeting in City Hall. So this is one of the, we've all got more or less adept at Zoom conferences, but it's not without its dilemmas on occasion. And
can you hear me?
We sure can.
Are they coming through? Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for
Sorry
joining.
about that.
You're on there and go for it.
All right. So this is my first city council presentation. So starting off well. Can everyone see my screen?
We're with you. Thanks so much.
All right. So, good evening, council members. Leah Campbell, planner in the Community Development Department. I'll be presenting on the right-of-way abandonment requested by Warren Ryder adjacent to the property at 170 West 29th Street. So this is the property in question, 170 West 29th Street. Warren Ryder has requested that this corner right here, it's roughly 198.5 square feet, be abandoned to his property at 170 West 29th. This corner was inadvertently omitted from the legal description of an approved abandonment in 1960 by ordinance number 974, where 20 feet of right-of-way was abandoned to the adjacent properties on West 2nd Ave, and a 10-foot right-of-way was abandoned to the adjacent properties on West 29th, and this corner was accidentally left out. So if approved, this right-of-way abandonment will clean up that clerical error. The Land Use and Development Code section 6314.2 outlines the criteria for right-of-way abandonments. It asks 4 questions. Is the requested abandonment in conflict with adopted plans or policies? Will the abandonment landlock any parcels of land? Will the abandonment restrict the access of any parcel so that access is unreasonable or economically prohibitive? Will the abandonment result in adverse impacts on the health, safety, and or welfare of the general community and reduce the quality of public facilities or services provided to any parcel of land, i.e. police, fire, protection, accesses, and or utility services? Staff has reviewed the proposed abandonment and finds that the criteria listed above have been met. And our engineer tech who wrote the legal description for this made sure to keep the sidewalk out of this portion of abandonment. There's 3 alternative motions for you. Staff recommends motion A, approval of the proposed right-of-way abandonment with the condition that the abandoned portion of right-of-way shall be covered with an easement for utility and drainage purposes. This right-of-way abandonment was presented to the Planning Commission at their regular meeting on February 22nd, and they approved unanimously recommended approval. So that is all from me. So if anybody has any questions.
Well, thank you, Ms. Campbell, and welcome to City Council. Great presentation. And with that, I might ask for a quick round of questions of staff by councilors before I open the public hearing. Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. And Mitchell, is there anybody we can welcome into our hearing process this evening on this particular topic?
We do still have quite a few in our attendee list, but no one has raised their hand yet. If you are here to speak to the agenda item 9.2.2, now is the time. Mayor, I am not seeing anybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Mitchell. And with that, I'll close the public hearing and return to questions from council and a potential motion on this particular action. Any questions for Ms. Campbell? Seeing none, I have one question, which is there any expressions by Mr. Campbell of what purpose he is making this request for? If it's just to clean up the easement there, or a matter of equity, or does he have some land use proposal?
Yes, so he does plan to subdivide his property at some point. And here I can go back to the picture of it. So he plans to subdivide the property about here, and then either sell off or build housing here and rent it to someone. So it is, yeah, it's an economic reason.
Excellent, excellent. Any other questions for Leah before I'd ask for a motion? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion.
And I would make one. I would move to approve the requested abandonment with the finding that the proposed complies with the City of Durango Land Use and Development Code, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report and discussed at this public hearing.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Miss Melissa, Miss Melissa, Councilor Youssef. And maybe we have further discussion as has been requested by council. Any further discussion? If not, I'll ask for a roll call, please. Thank you.
Councilor Youssef?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter?
Yes.
Councilor Bettine?
Yes.
Councilor Noseworthy?
Yes.
Mayor Brookie?
Yes. Motion passes, and we'll move on to next item is 9.2.3, which is a public hearing to consider the Cummins Addition annexation, initial zoning and conceptual development plan review. May we have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Mayor Brookie. This is Mark Williams from Community Development, and it's quite a mouthful, so probably don't need to repeat the entire title. There it is. So we'll just jump right in. If I can turn this slide. There we go. So as you said, this is a continued public hearing for the Cummins Addition annexation, initial zoning, and the conceptual development plan. Council heard this in January, and that was actually the second time the council had heard a project review request from the applicants for the Cummins property. And
Mark,
yes.
sorry, your screen switched.
Oh,
in the slide. So.
okay, sorry. So this is the third time and the fifth public hearing overall. And at that meeting in January, the request or the urge from council was to find a way to get to an approvable plan submittal that could comply with city codes and standards. And the applicants agreed to continue the project at that time as opposed to withdraw the project. You might remember that last fall, the project was withdrawn from the docket as opposed to being continued. The circumstances were different, but now there's a little bit more certainty and more direction from council as to what they wanted to see. And so the applicants have gone back to the drawing board and redesigned the project. And just to remind you, in case you forgot, this is the Cummins site. It's 4.2 acres at the corner of Florida Road and Colorado Avenue. It's that area in green. The Folsom Place neighborhood is immediately to the west, and the Ryler Park neighborhood is immediately to the north. And the Cummins family owns the 2 lots to the south, but as well as this lot, but that lot is separated by a 4th lot, which is not owned by the Cummins family. And this is, let me see if I can maximize my screen. There we go. This is a close-up of the Cummins lot. We can come back to this if we need to. And also to refresh your memory, this is the tract E parcel, where now the design would connect into the Ryler Park neighborhood. And we'll look at the site plan in just a second. And then the other connection would be with Colorado Avenue on that side. This is the revised site plan. It's fairly similar to the one council saw last August, in that there is a through street between Colorado and Ryler. And the number of units in the development initially was 37. It was revised down to 35, and now it's up to 40. One of the points that council stressed in the last meeting in January was the need for affordable housing. So when the applicants went back to the design, they added a few more units. The big changes are there were initially 5 houses on the west side of the lot back in August. The second design, there were 4. Now there are 6, and that includes 6 units and a total of 3 duplexes. And we did get an email after the packet went out from a Folsom Place neighbor who was concerned about the number of units being 40 duplexes or 80 units. So I just want to clarify, in case they're listening, that the total number of housing units is 40, and that includes duplexes and then patio homes, which are mostly on the north side of that connection street and then some on the south side. And then the densest housing is over on the east side of the project along Florida Avenue. And that's been consistent throughout the design to have the highest density housing along Florida Avenue, and then the lower density housing up against Ryler Park and Folsom Place. Another comment that we got from a Folsom Place neighbor, actually a couple, was concern about the impact on their neighborhood from these new houses or new duplexes being built on the west side of the project. And they asked if something like a pedestrian trail or an open space corridor could be placed there. And if these are done as platted as patio homes or something with common ownership, that actually would be pretty consistent with the way that kind of platting is done, where you would have common element on the west side that could be open space. And that's something that we need to talk about with the developer and make sure they're amenable to it. And we want to have a balance between what's acceptable to the owners and what's acceptable to the new owners and the existing owners. They both need to have some parity in there. A different element in this street is these neck downs and chicanes. This would be a chicane. There's probably not going to be much cut through traffic anyway, but this will really lessen the desire of anyone to do that, we think. And also slow traffic from Ryler Park or into Ryler Park from the neighborhood. And you may recall from the previous hearings that the traffic model estimated a peak hour of 7 cars per hour would be generated, that traffic would be generated from the Cummins property into Ryler Park, as most of the traffic would be going out onto Colorado and then Florida. And probably the biggest overall change is this stub to the south will no longer ever be a through road. I think the Ryler Park neighbors were very concerned about the possibility of the lot to the south of the Cummins property eventually developing, and then the lots south of there as well. And if there was a road from Ryler Park through the Cummins property, through those additional properties out to Florida, then that could have been a cut through. So connectivity is an important standard, as we've discussed several times at these meetings. However, the city was willing to eliminate forever the possibility of this being a through street and have it as a gated emergency access. So if this project to the south ever does develop, there would be that gated access, which could be used by bicycles and pedestrians, but would never be a street that would connect. And then one last detail, this is now a pedestrian access that can get the residents of the Cummins project from their neighborhood directly onto the multi-use trail on Florida. And then the neighbors in Ryler Park could use that as well, or when the project to the south develops, they could use this part also. So I was just going to get you up to speed to where we were in the process. And this is a conceptual hearing. So this is the sort of proof of concept stage. And if council approves this, we'd go to the preliminary plan stage where we'd have much more detail in terms of engineering, site plans, building designs, fair share, and other things. So I'll turn it over to Scott, who is going to talk about where we go from here and the public process.
Thanks, Mark. Good evening again, council. I just wanted to flesh out a little bit more how we arrived at where we did, and give some rationale for, what we've been willing to compromise on from a city staff perspective. This is a prime infill residentially designated property, and so we've spent a lot of time listening to the neighbors, listening to the developer, understanding their intentions, and then trying to find that right balance of that input with the broader policies and goals of the entire community, such as housing provision, connectivity, those types of things. And we feel like council gave us pretty clear direction at the January meeting when you looked at a cul-de-sac and you said, no, that's not really the form that we want. We want you to go back, look at connectivity, look at how you can accommodate maybe a little more housing, and do it in a way that's sensitive to the adjacent neighborhoods. So we took that to heart and we said, what can we offer to make it more palatable, both for the neighbors and for the developers. And one of the things that obviously stood out is the Ryler Park neighbors' concerns about traffic through their existing neighborhood. And so we looked at it and we said, well, Ryler Drive, it's pretty clear, was designated for use as a road connection in the future. So we really feel like we need to stand on that, and we need to make that connection. And then connecting to Colorado gives us 2 points of access, which provides for efficiency of services, safety for 2 ingress and egress points. And we said, if we can get that, we're okay at this point, and given the context that we're working in, of eliminating a vehicle connection to the south that would eventually connect to Florida, which could then create some legitimate cut-through traffic concerns for both Ryler Park and this neighborhood. if you picture the left turn on Florida going into Colorado Ave, it maybe gets stacked up. People could turn through this eventual connection, cut through this neighborhood and Ryler Park, and then continue on their way to Riverview. So that could legitimately cause some traffic issues. And so by offering this compromise to say, we're not going to require this future connection to the south for a vehicle connection. We still want the multimodal bike ped connection. We still want to provide the emergency vehicle relief to have that connection through, but it will never be a full street all the way through that connects to Florida and therefore enables cut through traffic. We felt like that was a reasonable way for staff to come back to you and say, we feel like we've heard what the Ryler Park neighbors' concerns are. We're adding units adjacent to their neighborhood, and we're connecting to their street. But these are going to be people who are going to and from their homes. It's a neighborhood. It's just expanding their neighborhood. It's not cut through traffic. So they're going to be families who have kids out playing in the yards too. They're going to be sensitive to that. They're going to be, watching for their neighbors. And so it seems like this is a way to achieve the connectivity that we want in the near term. Also provide for this mixed housing neighborhood, and then including the traffic calming designs that Mark pointed out, which neck down the road at certain points or provide some visual disruption that slows traffic down. We're further addressing those concerns that were raised. So really, when we look at circulation, we think we've come up with a good design and a good approach moving forward. When that property to the south comes in and wants to annex, they will have an access point off Florida as they do now. They'll have ability to use the emergency access, but they'll need to figure out a way to design their property in compliance with the access that they have. They were not very willing to come to the table to talk about solutions at this point. And so that's the status for that property. And it led us to what I believe is a pretty palatable solution where we get connectivity now. We're not kicking the can down the road where we have this right-of-way stub in the future where a future council has to fight these battles all over again. We're providing some certainty right now that we want bike ped connectivity, we want emergency vehicle connectivity, but as far as any additional connection to the south, we're willing to forego that for those reasons that I mentioned. So that is how we got to where we're at. Again, I think it demonstrates our desire to listen to the neighbors, understand what their concerns are, but also provide a solution that attempts to meet these broader community goals and objectives that are in these plans. We provided a lot of detail in the staff report about the different goals and objectives related to neighborhood stability, neighborhood safety, connectivity, housing provision, all those things that most of you are very familiar with. So we evaluate it based on these overarching goals. And then on the next slide, Mark, we evaluated this proposal based on the specific LUDC criteria. And we feel like we're in a good place with the density, with the circulation, with the access to utilities, and with the zoning controls that we have at this point. So it complies with those LUDC criteria. As Mark mentioned, if it's approved, it will need to come back with a lot more detailed designs for utilities for the housing units. And so it would be appropriate if council had comments about those things to offer those for the developers to consider and factor into their designs as they create the more specific plans for the next stage. There was also a question about fair share, and as you saw tonight with Rosemary Lane, the fair share proposal is brought forward for approval at the preliminary plan stage, the next stage. So again, it would be appropriate if council had general guidelines for that document, but to not really base this approval on that future agreement. So as you know, there's a lot of public interest in the project. We have received some comments, and then there were some additional comments that were emailed since we sent out the packet. And, primarily, as Mark mentioned, the concerns continue to be about the connection to Ryler Drive. We think we've gone above and beyond to look at design solutions to those concerns and also provide some certainty about the amount of traffic that will use that connection. And then there was also concerns about the interface between the western part of this property and the Folsom Place neighbors. And again, we think there can be some design solutions, setbacks, breaking up the back walls of those duplexes to make sure it's not one large wall plane. Those types of things can be addressed at the preliminary plan stage as we sort through the more specific design aspects of the project. So those are the public comments. And then we have a recommended motion for you. And we're happy to take questions before you open the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Williams and Mr. Shine. Appreciate that presentation. And I'll ask council if they have any immediate questions for staff or before I open the public hearing, and then ask for the developer if they would like to make a statement, and then have another round of questions. Any immediate questions from council? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing and ask Mitchell if we have anybody in the queue. I also have the three emails that we received. I'll reference. They may be with us personally this evening. If not, I'll reference their particular responses as well, and then ask for a motion. So with that, Mitchell, do we have anybody who would like to make public comment this evening for 3 minutes?
I do not see anybody who has raised their hand to speak to this specific agenda item, but I do see the names that I have been given of the developers who can speak after the public hearing. So, we do have someone who has raised their hand right here.
Okay.
Carl, I have invited you to speak. Please unmute yourself. Give us your full name and whether or not you're a city resident, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Carol Good, and I've lived in Ryler Park for 17 years, facing the field that is about to be developed. And it is, I've at least seen 12 sets of fawns born behind my fence. And I would like to propose that we have a corridor, a natural corridor behind our fences, just as the ones to the west would have. Because to just strip all of these creatures who live in this field of their habitat is atrocious to me. And I've stayed quiet about that and focusing more about the traffic in our neighborhood. But I'm equally concerned about the disruption of the animals who live in that field and migrate through that field. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. And Mitchell, I'd ask if there's any others that would like to comment this evening.
I do see the next person. I would like to apologize, Carol, for getting your name incorrect. The next person on my list is John. I have invited you to speak. John, please unmute yourself, give us your full name and whether or not you're a city resident. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is John Perry. I am Carol Good's partner. And my major concern is that from the beginning, the planning department has not addressed the overall connectivity of all these lots as the city council asked. And I don't see how they can develop the next ones without connecting them all. And I just think the planning commission has done whatever they wanted to do to appease the developer. And this is no offense to Tracy or the developers at all, but I think it's not really been, they've never listened to our true concerns. You know, it's grown in the number of houses. It's grown in the impact. You know, just a week ago, there was an accident at the corner of Colorado and Florida in the turn lane, you know, because there's so much congestion there. Nobody at the council, or not the council, but the planning department has spent any time themselves physically here, relied on some report from somebody. They should come up here and live what we live every day, and they might have a different identity with it. And that's all I really have to say. And I want to reiterate also Carol's concern about the live wildlife that lives in the back out here. We're going to miss all that. And that's all I have to say. And thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Appreciate it. And any other comments, Mitchell?
No, Mayor, nobody else has raised their hand. Oh, here we go. We got a couple others. Next person on the list is Mark. Mark, I've invited you to speak. Please unmute yourself. Give us your full name and whether or not you're a city resident. You have 3 minutes.
Mark Sapphire, 101 Ryler Drive. And just to, a lot of it's all been said before, but in the report the city put in, there still is the unanswered question of how the sewer issues are going to actually be handled, whether that's a city cost or a developer cost. And feel that before the city gets too far down the road, that should be made clear that if the project does put a strain on the flat sewer at Folsom, who bears the cost for that? To reiterate that we don't agree with the statement that Lot E could ever have been another house. And again, we did present the legal opinion before that the city's putting a note on the drawing right now to prevent the road from going south. And then here we are. There was a note on the drawing. The city does not adopt Lot E. And all of a sudden the city's saying, well, that's not what it meant. The next question is, if the developer does not build out the lots himself and only develops the parcel, how is it assured what the quality is going to be of the individual builders that come in or developers at that point? I also noticed on the plan that what was a retention area for water is no longer listed as that. It's listed as a common area. And again, I just asked the council to revisit the fact that the neighborhood has been very unified on their issues concerning this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sapphire. Comments, and maybe we can address a couple of those issues in our by the developer and staff. Mitchell, any other folks in public hearing? Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, we do have another. Megan, I have invited you to speak. Please unmute yourself, give us your full name and whether or not you're a city resident, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Todd Wells, and I'm over at 114 Ryler Drive. I feel like we've kind of been beating a dead horse here as far as the main concern for the Ryler residents is essentially the auto connectivity onto Ryler Drive. I don't think anyone has a problem with the bicycles or walkers or skateboards or whatever type of transportation coming in and out of Ryler into the new development other than the automobile traffic. And as far as the connectivity, I agree. Most people use autos to get around, but if you're talking about increasing the neighborhoods and people getting to know each other and that type of thing, that doesn't really happen in cars. That happens when you're walking around or on your bike. So I think if we didn't have an auto connection through Ryler Drive, we would still have a much more connected neighborhood with that Cummins property. Appreciate the developers and the council talking about not connecting any additional development through Cummins that would then go through Ryler. But my question is, if there are these additional lots that are going to be developed, why is it okay for those to connect directly to Florida Road, but not this Cummins project to connect directly to Florida Road. To John Perry's point, I was riding my bike home when I saw that accident as well on Colorado and Florida. And it just kind of stuck out because we've been going through these meetings and talking about how that intersection doesn't really have any problems. So I just feel like this increased traffic not only will add some issues for our neighborhood, but also for that intersection. So that's really all I had. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Appreciate it. And yeah, we can talk about that intersection here momentarily as well. Any others, Mitchell?
We do still have quite a few in the attendee list, but no one has raised their hand. If you are here to speak to item 9.2.3, now is the time.
All right, Mitchell, with that, I'll, with seeing no other folks, we will close the public hearing.
We just had someone come up.
Okay, no problem.
Lisa, I have invited you to speak. Please unmute yourself, give us your full name and whether or not you're a city resident. You have 3 minutes.
Can you guys hear me?
Sure can, Lisa. You bet.
Hi, this is Lisa Bloomquist, and I am a city resident. I'm also the executive director for Homes Fund, and I wanted to commend the developer for coming back a third time to create this housing. As you all know, we very much need housing in our community, and as far as I can tell, this looks like it will be housing that is affordable to some people in our workforce. It certainly won't be capital A affordable housing that is restricted, but it will serve people who are part of our workforce. So we certainly need that housing. And I also would like to point out that NIMBYism is why we don't have very much affordable housing in our community, and whether that be affordable with a capital A or just attainable housing. And people's reluctance to have any sort of change in our community is making our community worse. And I think we all need to embrace some level of change in order to have any sort of progress. So like I said, I commend the developer for coming back and for the city for working with them. And certainly as someone who lives right on 32nd Street, I can assure the Ryler Park folks that the deer will come no matter what. So that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bloomquist. And I'll ask Mitchell once again if there's any other folks in for public hearing.
I do not see anybody else who has raised their hand.
Thank you, Mitchell. With that, I'll close the public hearing and return to questions from council to staff and ask if there is a developer wants to make a presentation to council before we have questions, or if they would just like to respond to questions from council. Seeing no developer, I'll go around there. I see Mr. Wright. Did you want to try to ask any of the questions that were asked, or would you like to just entertain questions from council?
No, I think I would just like to say it's been great to work to staff and come around where we realized that connectivity was an essential element if this Cummins property was going to get done. We tried, we listened really hard to the neighbors and their concerns. And I think what made it really work for us was our emphasis that there was to be no connection to the ground to the south, because we didn't know what was going to go in there, and not just gated, but forever that connection, would remain firm and not go through. So we now know that connectivity is a part of the city code, and we're trying to respect that. We're excited about I think, housing mix that I think we can bring to this area. The patio, single family homes, the townhomes, the duplexes. I think it's a great mix. And we're looking forward very much to working through the last processes and going forward. So I'm speaking for John and myself.
Thank you, Stu. Appreciate it. And with that, any questions of staff or Mr. Wright? Make sure I'm all inclusive. I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Baxter and then go around. Did you have any
You
questions?
always start with me, Dean.
Well, it's, I'm trying to do a hierarchy here and it's kind of counterclockwise on my.
I don't think hierarchy is important, but I'll go ahead. So I too want to thank staff as well as the developer for working through this, for spending this much time on the project. I know it's been a lot of work and it's very obvious that everyone's put a lot of time and effort into it. And I'm very glad it actually got a continuance so that we could get to this concept that seems to be different. So I really appreciate that. I did have a question about, well, I also wanted to say, I love the access directly to Florida to the multi-use trail. I think that was great. And I would, I'd encourage another one if possible. But I am wondering, to Lisa Bloomquist's point and to our concerns as a council, is it intended and does the developer anticipate that any of these units will actually be sold at a market rate that's affordable by workforce, which is your 80 to 120% AMI? So is it attainable by them, which staff has mentioned is in the price range of 260 to 370K if I'm remembering the conversation correctly. And so is there any commitment to that, as well as possibly a commitment to keeping them in that market rate range for workforce housing for some number of years, not forever, because I think that wealth is generated by our housing price increases. So I support that, but at least for a while we bring other things into the pipeline that are attainable.
I guess that's a question directed to Mr. Wright. If
whoever has an answer that would help us understand the answer, yes, that'd be.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're prepared to comment on that tonight. I think I was under the understanding that that would be dealt with at the next level, the planning, and the preliminary planning stage. We certainly talked about it with Tracy through our conversations up to this point. But I'm very honestly not prepared to answer that tonight.
Okay, I understand that, Mr. Wright. I would like to request then that when it comes for the next round and we are discussing that because I'll ask the question again. So I'd love to have you be prepared to answer that at that point.
Thank you. We'll be ready.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I do think that will be a significant amount of negotiation during the fair share housing agreement. So Scott, you were going to mention something. I'm sorry.
I was just going to add to that. I think we have a clear sense of the council's desire to have units actually built and try to avoid the in lieu fee. And so we'll work on our end to bring resources to bear and other ideas to bear to try and get that accomplished. And we'll have a solid proposal for you at the next round.
I'd like to reinforce what Kim was saying, just from the fact that the density has increased from the original proposal. Each time significant modifications are made, and it's ultimately resulted in a much higher unit count. So we like units, but we also like affordable units. And so I hope that if this passes, the agreement to allow you to do more units would incentivize you to meet some fair share housing goals. So, Councillor Melissa Youssef, I'm sorry.
Hi.
Any comments?
No questions, just comments that impressive to see this come third time through. It just demonstrates developer and staff's efforts to work with the community, which I sincerely appreciate. I very much value the connectivity principles that you're employing, but also trying to limit it for the adjoining neighbors at the same time by blocking it on the south side. So getting to the 7 cars per hour in prime time, just going to home feels better. And And I also will look forward to hearing how you can help us reach our attainable goals, attainable and affordable housing goals, and when you get farther along the process very much. But thank you for your efforts on this, and no questions.
Thank you, Councilor Bettine. Any comments?
No questions. Thank you. I do appreciate the staff and the neighbors and developer working out some of those details and creating at least some connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And Councilor Noseworthy.
I think it's a great compromise and effort. Third time may be the charm.
All right. Well, I just want to acknowledge three written responses that we got from three adjacent property owners. First is Thomas Herman Palacios, and his letter was referenced talking about 40 duplexes or 80 homes, and I believe that was clarified that it is a total of 40 units and not 80 units in the development. So, but overall, his concern was the density of the development does not. He didn't feel like this was an appropriate location for this dense of a project. The other two. Sorry, I'm just next one by George and Jan Curtis, an adjacent property owner on Folsom Place, talking about the adjacency of the 4 lots now adjacent to backing up to the Folsom Place properties, being duplexes instead of single family homes, and being having objection to the scale of those homes backing up against them. And the last one was from Ed and Marcy Waddell, also in talking about Plan 3 is grossly inconsistent with our neighborhood, and the Folsom residences are single family homes that are predominantly single story, and talking about the adjacent conflicts of having those higher density and 2-story homes next to their properties on Folsom. So without reading their entire, we all received those. I should add that council did receive those comments and should be taking them into consideration this evening. With that, I would entertain a motion, and then followed by discussion has been requested as a process by council. So do we have a motion?
Sure. I make a motion that we approve the Cummins addition, annexation, initial zoning of PD and conceptual development plan, and direct the applicant to prepare the preliminary development plan for review with all conditions as listed in the staff report and adopted during the public hearing process.
I'll second.
I think you got beat out again, Barbara. I think I heard it. So, but it has been moved and seconded. Thank you so much. And now we'll have discussion as has been requested by council. And I'll start saying that I am placated. I'm rather better term might be satisfied that by the logic presented by Mr. Sign regarding the cut through onto the properties to the south. That was a goal of mine to connect these properties. The undeveloped properties, I should say, in a single annexation. I believe there's been attempts to do that, and it doesn't seem like those have been fruitful. So at least we've exhausted that possibility. But given the connectivity issue, I believe that the concerns expressed by Riley Park folks that no additional connectivity be added to their circulation route through Riley Park is worthy, and therefore should justify the need to not further connect this property and provide that shortcut that Mr. Sign talked about and add more traffic onto through the Riley Park property. Also, I like the traffic calming devices in looking at that plan, just imagining how people will get up in the morning and exit that property unless you have kids or some reason to go through Riley Park. It's clearly the path of least resistance is up to the intersection. I still remain concerned about the intersection and the stacking distance off of Florida Road onto the adjacent property, onto Colorado there. I think it's that deserves some attention and needs to meet some traffic standards as we move forward. But I am prepared to support this project. Councilor Baxter, we'll go around again, go around the horn. Any comments, further comments? Up, you're on mute, Kim.
For comments, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Youssef.
No further comments.
Okay, Councilor Bateen.
No, thank you.
Okay, and Councilor Noseworthy.
No more comments.
All right, with that, I'll ask for a roll call, please.
Councilor Bateen,
Yes.
Councilor Youssef,
Yes.
Councilor Noseworthy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter,
Yes.
and Mayor Brookie.
Yes. Thank you so much. With that, we will move on to the item 10 on our agenda. City Attorney has no items for us this evening, Mr. Nelson, but we do have, moving on to agenda item 11, introduction of ordinances. 11.1, an ordinance amending chapter 27 of the Code of Ordinances, that being the Land Use and Development Code, by the amendment and addition of definitions, portions of sections and tables in Article 4.5 governing parking and loading, and in section 3.5.1.4. And that's the end of what I have. So with that, we'll start with the staff report, and or Dirk, if you'd like to summarize the action this evening.
Yeah, and I'll just finish what you ran out of space there. It's section 3514 governing trash, recycling, and compost containers and declaring an effective date. This would be ordinance 2021-6. This was subject to a public hearing on February 16th, wherein Scott Shine made a presentation about the proposed amendments to the land use code, specifically regarding parking, lowering some standards from parking and altering standards for parking and for trash. So this is a ordinance to carry out the provisions that council heard at the hearing on the 16th. I don't have anything to add other than that.
Okay.
I just want to confirm that this includes the reduction of parking requirements from 2 to 1.5 for the, I believe, the 2-bedroom units.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Very good. And the proposed action this evening, this does not require a public hearing on these items. This is for bringing forth.
This is really first reading of the ordinance that, right.
And so our action is just to vote for or against the first reading.
Yes.
And with that, if there's any questions of Dirk at this point, if not, I'd entertain a motion. Seeing none, I'd I'm sorry, Kim. Go right ahead, Councilor Baxter.
Takes me a while sometimes to get unmuted. So I would move that we approve an ordinance amending chapter 27 of the Code of Ordinances by the amendment and addition of definitions and portions of sections and tables in Article 4.5 governing parking and loading, and in sections 3.5.1.4 governing trash, recycling, and compost containers, and declaring an effective date. And this is ordinance 2021-6.
Thank you. Do I hear a second? Barbara, I'm looking for a second here.
I'll second.
I was just getting ready to do it.
I was waiting for someone, but then I.
All right. I heard Councilor Youssef, so it's been moved and seconded. And not to be redundant, but I will ask if there's any further discussion on this item before I ask for roll call. Seeing none, roll call, please. Ms. Phillips.
Councilor Youssef,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter,
Yes.
Councilor Bateen,
Yes.
Councilor Noseworthy,
Yes.
Mayor Brookie.
Yes, thank you so much. And with that, we move on to 11.2, which is an emergency ordinance extending emergency ordinance 02-2021-01, supporting the enforcement of state executive and public health orders by requiring a face mask in the city of Durango. And again,
yes,
City Attorney Dirk Nelson.
Yes, this item was put on the agenda to give council an option to extend the current emergency order requiring face masks in the town, excuse me, in the city, that will expire this Friday, March 19th. If it's not continued, just as a reminder, emergency ordinances under the charter can be valid for no more than 60 days at a time. So it's been renewed twice. This would be the third renewal. If council so desires to do that kind of extension, there is no substantive change in the provisions of the ordinance regarding when and where masks are required in the city. But this would, if council chooses to do so, extend the ordinance for another 60 days, which would put it beyond the second meeting in May. At that point, council could make a decision as to whether or not to renew it. Of course, council could, the 60 days is maximum extension. So if you want to extend it for something less than that, or in the interim, if it's extended tonight, it doesn't prevent council from making amendments to it as circumstances change. This would be, if council desires to do so, would be ordinance 2021-7.
I have a question for the city attorney. Dirk, when we discussed this either in the last time or possibly prior to that, we talked about needing this mask order so that the city had some teeth for enforcement. Can you address that, please?
Well, I think at the time, of course, this was originally adopted about Thanksgiving. It was third week of November. So conditions were somewhat different then. We were having some enforcement issues at that point. Some retailers, as you recall, were resisting calls for enforcement. So the governor's order, the full history of this is the city implemented a mask order via a order issued by the interim city manager at that point prior to the governor's order. The governor's order then was adopted. I don't have that date in front of me, but after that, the city council decided that it did want to have its own ability to enforce, particularly as to some trespass issues or issues related to liquor license establishments. So those provisions are still in the ordinance. So that's what really prompted the initial desire, I believe, to adopt the ordinance when it was originally adopted in about the third week of November.
If I could have some clarification too, Dirk, you mentioned the trespass thing. We don't need this ordinance to be able to use trespass as an enforcement for wearing a mask, correct?
Well, it helps because it clarifies that if a shop owner asks someone to leave because they're refusing to wear a mask, that they could then be removed, the offender could be removed via trespass. I think the answer is no. Trespass is available to a shop owner or a business owner if someone is if they ask someone to leave and they refuse, then under those conditions, under certain conditions, the police then could find that person in trespass. The provisions of this ordinance, though, were specifically intended to clarify those issues around mask wearing.
But it's not required to be able to issue a trespassing citation.
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Dirk? And if not, I'll ask for a motion and then followed by discussion that's been requested by council.
Do you have that motion order again, please?
It's emergency ordinance 2021-7.
I'll move that we renew emergency ordinance 2021-7 2021-7.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Thank you, Councilor McKim and Noseworthy. And I might say, start off with the conversation is, in my mind, this is a critical period. This is not the time to let up on mask ordinances and use of masks, or whether it's enforcement or communication of the need for masks in our community. The reason we are able to loosen up a little bit more than in our restaurants, our workplaces, and our gatherings, whether it be churches or weddings or larger events. The reason we're enjoying that today is because of our reduction in transmission reduction is the term in the business of COVID. And because of masks, Durango has been very successful in transmission reduction, approaching 80%, according to San Juan Basin Health Department. That's great. We need to keep it up, particularly through this time of spring break, as well as understanding that a number of visitors that we welcome to our community are coming from states that have in fact dropped their mask ordinance, that being primarily Texas. And so we do need to be prepared, and what's good in Texas is not necessarily good for Durango, our medical facilities, and the people that have worked really, really hard for the past few months to reduce transmission of COVID virus. So I'm in favor of another 60-day increment. If those metrics, including vaccination of a number of percentage of people in our community, such that we feel comfortable that the transmission will be significantly reduced, then I would be in favor of dropping this, but I would definitely be in favor of making renewal of this mask ordinance a priority for our community during the next 60 days. Any other comments? Before I ask for a roll call.
Yeah, so we don't actually have any evidence that the Durango ordinance itself is what has helped encourage people to wear masks and has been the motivating factor. So, and the state ordinance requires the same mask wearing in the same places as our ordinance does. And we received information from Chief Bramer yesterday, I believe it was, maybe today, that they've actually not issued any citations for non-mask wearing. It's not really a problem, the violation of this ordinance, and that in reality, having conversations seems to be just as effective as issuing a citation, because they haven't done any and they've had conversations, and that's been very effective. So I'm not certain this ordinance is required by the city, because we can continue doing all the same things that we've been doing. We can continue with our Durango Cares program with, for example, the posters behind Mr. Madrigal and Councilor Bettine that encourage mask wearing, that encourage social distancing, that encourage all the things that help our transmission control to be where it needs to be, which is about 82% at this point in time, which is significantly higher than any transmission control that's been recommended by the state to actually have an effect. So I think the public understands this, and I think our continued encouragement of it, so signs in places, and of course the businesses will still have to have signs at their doors. They will still be a law that people have to wear a mask inside a public area and in other areas where they don't need to socially distance. I don't think that ours is required. I think we can do exactly the same things we've been doing and still encourage mask wearing and still have the same compliance, which is incredibly important. So I'm just my comment on that. I'm very happy that our transmission control is where it is. I'm very happy that we're getting vaccinated. I'm very happy that our metrics are as low as they are. And I think we should keep going in that direction, but I don't think the mask ordinance is necessarily required to do so.
Any other comments? I feel that if not, then I'll offer the fact that we authorized the emergency mask ordinance prior to the governor. The governor then followed suit for the entire state. The governor could rescind his mandatory ordinance for the state at any time. And so in which case I think we have lost an effective tool in continuing to reduce the level of transmission, therefore continuing to allow our businesses to further open up. And I think as soon as we remove that mask ordinance, that legal requirement in whatever state it is in, that the conversations that you refer to will end. You know, people will just say, you know, I don't want to talk about it. Those people that are looking for an excuse to not wear a mask. And so I'd rather not put our businesses or our police or any of our retail operations in that position. I think if polled, most of our businesses as well as our citizens would prefer to continue to have the mask ordinance, and that's why I will be voting for it. Any other comments?
Yeah, so Dean, I would like to make a comment on what you said, which is that indeed we were ahead of the governor. And if he changes his mind, we can change our mind too and go back to it. That's not a problem. So I think that's a kind of a fallacious argument, but we still have the trespass capability citation, which is also in the ordinance, but that's available to us without the ordinance. So I'm just expressing my opinion. So.
Without question, I just I really feel it's in the best interest of our business community as well as our citizens, especially given the fact that this is a peak time of spring break visitation to our community, and we need to continue that strong message to our visitors and allow our merchants to allow that to have that additional cushion of enforcement. And so if there's no other conversation, and I appreciate that that dialogue, I'll ask for a roll call, please. Ms. Phillips.
Councillor Bettine.
Yes.
Councillor Noseworthy.
Yes.
Councillor Youssef.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter.
No.
Mayor Brooking.
Yes. Ordinance passes, and we'll move on to administrative. Item 12.1, which is a resolution authorizing $292,433 of general fund appropriation, approval of appointment of the information services and media and community engagement directors, and approval of the revised pay plan based on the associated reorganization for the city. That's a mouthful, but Jose, our city manager, Mr. Madrigal, can you help us out with that that resolution?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I also have Aaron Hyder, our HR Director, as well as Cynthia Sneed, our Finance Director, as well as available to answer any questions that that may come. But before I begin, just want to make sure everybody can see the presentation. Yes. Okay. Awesome. First off, go ahead and continue to move on and just talk a little bit about what are these changes that are being proposed. We are looking at adding 4 new positions: an accountant, a purchasing administrator, a senior business analyst, a human resources manager, a reinstatement of a position of our 911 communications director, and a reclassification of our positions, which would take away the removal of the assistant city manager designations, reclass the city engineer to public works director, and then promote our information services manager to a director and our media and community engagement manager to director. The first question, why the 4 new positions? And the answer is really financial sustainability. As we've come into the organization, as we've looked at how do we continue to sustain financially moving forward, as we are seeing just preliminarily as our finance director has come on board, as well as our HR director, we've identified that there is a critical need to get positions available and bring them on a little bit sooner than going through the budget process, because there's very much specific decisions and crucial analysis that needs to be done going in before the 2022 budget to make some decisions and cost reductions and mitigation in regards to some of these areas that I would consider low-hanging fruit. So the need really is to get these positions in now so that they can help myself recommend to the council as we go into 2022 some areas where we can become more financially sustainable. And how are we going to do that? First is timely reporting. These positions, specifically the accountant, will help us with our timely reporting. Currently, we only have one employee, one accountant at the level that does our financial processing, that does for our accounts, and get some more timely reports. We do know that is something that we're struggling in. So adding an accountant will actually double our workload capacity. It's going to allow us to have more timely reporting of the fiscal conditions of the city and allowing our ability to make more sound financial decisions timely. So we really need to get to there sooner rather than later, so that we can be able to have those timely reports for the council, as well as for myself to begin to make those critical decisions of how we move forward. Secondly, it's going to do purchasing controls, where this purchasing administrator will look at oversight and manage our modifying our purchasing policy. Smart card purchasing usages will allow the city to offset with increased rebates that we're eligible for. So making sure that as we're making processes, we're making purchases, we're doing it in the most effective and efficient way, and ways, if we are using our purchasing cards, that we're getting rebates back to the city, lowering our costs for overhead internally. Thirdly, benefits management. As we look at our organization, we have over 300 full-time employees. That averages about a cost to the budget of about $7 million annually. The hiring of a human resources manager will help us begin to look at those benefits, help us begin to make some critical decisions as we move forward about the sustainability of our benefits program, and start looking at some mitigation strategies so that as we go into 2022, we're able to begin to mitigate those costs at the $7 million annually and begin to see some cost recovery and cost reductions. Lastly, financial security. When we looked at our internal controls assessment, was identified as a weakness in our financial security system setting, that our finance department was actually also approval of our electronic financial software. So it would allow some of the approval routing in finance to be taken through a finance component. We needed to separate those so that finance, as they were doing their positions, don't also have the ability to have all the access into the financial management system. So we have immediately transferred that to information services. However, IS was not staffed to gain a person that would be able to have the significant focus to continue to monitor our financial system, to make sure that those critical tasks of our financial sustainability within our system, frauds and anything that could happen in that way, is being consistently watched and secured. So the senior business analyst that we are looking for would be that position that would take over the financial security of our financial software, and making sure that we have controls in place within our financial services side. Again, also helping us reduce our cost and making sure of fraud, that it's just another layer of keeping our systems safe. And this is an ongoing cost. We do understand that. We are asking for the usage of fund balance this one time, just because of the critical need of getting these positions on board before we move into that 2022 budget process. However, we understand that this will not be funded in the fund balance in 2022. My recommendation and proposal moving forward is getting these positions on board now will allow us to make those cost savings, those cost reductions that are necessary for 2022 for these positions to be funded within our general fund operating cost, having that ability to begin to have these costs maintained and be able to move those forward as we move throughout the next years. The 911 director is just a reinstatement of the position. In the 2021 budget, we included the option to determine and assess the possibility of the current 911 communications manager or manager level position of being able to lead the department. The 911 director position was left vacant and unbudgeted to see if that was an ability for us to control some costs. In January of 2021, right after the budget began, our communications manager did decide to retire. And after some more time of assessments to proceed with the manager or director, it was determined that we do need a strong 911 communications director to lead the department moving forward. So we are looking to reinstate that into our position, into our budget. Obviously, also, though, the 911 serves more than just Durango. We do have partner entities, so these costs will end up being split as we move forward with the entities moving forward paying their allocation. And finally, some of the portions that we're looking at as the reclass that are looking in here is the assistant city manager. Removing that designation doesn't mean that, and I want to make sure for the public that anyone wasn't able to be up for the position. It's just with that designation, with the size of our organization, very difficult for positions to do two jobs. When you look at an assistant city manager position, being one that I've been an assistant manager for many years, it is a sole position that oversees directors. And what we were having is a position that was trying to do two things at once, which is very difficult, being a director and also being an overseer of positions and directors. So looking at what I see as a best fit for this organization is what I would call managing directors. And so those are directors who lead departments and help disseminate the work, but they do not make personnel decisions on directors. That still resides with the city manager. So having managing directors adds no cost within our organization. Removing the assistant city manager designation does remove the pay grade 140, which is our highest pay grade from 137 to 192. That will no longer be a pay grade within our pay plan. This move will also reduce costs to our general fund in regards to placing one of the assistant city managers. Their funding after being over transportation will be out of the transportation funding. So it is a reduction in the general fund by $71,433. In the position reclasses, we're looking at also reclassing the vacant city engineer position to the public works director position. This would allow for increased supervision of engineering and utilities efforts, which are crucial in our sustainability, environmental, and infrastructure efforts. The cost for this reclassification is $3,976. And finally, looking at our information services and media and community engagement departments and moving the managers into director positions because of the functions that protect and maintain our computer infrastructure and our engagement with the community. Both of those departments are very high visible. They do both have their own departments. They have their own budgets, and we thought it was with regards to an equity. My recommendation is to place both of those as directors for a combined cost of $6,326. Questions?
Thank you, Jose. Yeah, any questions from council? That was a lot and significant restructure as well. So as we've talked about over a period of months, come to fruition.
I'll start in by saying thank you, Jose. Thank you for coming in and recognizing that there's some improvements. As in any organization, continuous improvements is always something we need to strive for. So thank you for looking at this, addressing what you feel we need. And I particularly recognize and heard you say this will help provide data for cost reductions elsewhere. So I will be looking for that in future budgets, but I understand the need for these positions to get the city the data it needs and the thinking and the planning that's necessary to prepare the 2022 budget. Thanks.
Councilor Baxter, yeah.
So I want to, I also agree with what Councilor Noseworthy said about the financial excellence is incredibly important to us being able to go forward in an informed manner and making decisions about all sorts of significant financial expenditures and decisions that we're going to be having to make in the near future. So getting the finance department up to speed and in a place where we get timely and accurate information is critical. And I also understand some of the other adjustments are very comparable in that improving the quality of what we're doing as a city, as an organization. And I too, I love your sentence that they will be there will be cost reductions, cost savings in the future, that these will be able to provide us with that. So I just want you to know that I will be looking for those that are directly identifiable, not just a general mishmash of, oh, something costs a little less here. I actually want to see the effects of these changes. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilor Youssef, do you have any thoughts or comments at this time?
Thank you for all of your efforts, Jose. I'm sure all of us are very appreciative of it, coming in, doing your assessment, working very hard to find the right people for the positions, and looking really hard at how we provide service as a city most effectively and cover all of our bases. They're all very important as has been said. And I appreciate the needs in finance. I appreciate the needs in human resources. I appreciate the needs in communications very much to get our word out and to communicate, to rebuild trust. So I appreciate all the efforts. I'm looking forward to see how we come together as a city to provide service and to meet the goals that we've outlined for ourselves. And they're numerous and they're full, and we have a full plate, and you need the staff in place to do it. So I'm looking forward to seeing how we progress going forward in meeting those goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Chris, you have any thoughts you want to share? Or?
No, just briefly, I felt that was well articulated, and he'd already done a lot of the groundwork to explain that to council individually. So thanks, Jose, and obviously demonstrative of your continued excellence. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I'm just final comments. You know, I think our workforce, our city staff is a really dynamic group of approximately 350 people. And on my 8 years on council, the demands of government have been significantly increased. And so it's without question that our city manager is asking for these additional positions at this point in time, whether they be for financial reasons or reporting or whatever. The community has a much higher level of engagement with government, which is a really good thing. And to share that connectivity requires more staffing to accomplish that end. So I am fully in support of the adjustments. As I say, it's a dynamic team. We need to be nimble. We need to prepare to respond to all the tasks that are thrown at us, including COVID over this past year, which has redirected our staff in different directions. We need to be prepared for a new evolving workforce and at every turn. So I think these are only one of a number of the ideas that will be implemented by our city manager and council over the next few years. So I fully support it. And thank you, Jose, for bringing this to us. May we have a, do I hear a motion? I was going to ask for a roll call, but I better have a motion first.
I would make do we have a resolution number? Do we need one of those, Dirk?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, it's 11. I'm muted. Am I muted?
No.
We can hear you, sir.
We can't see you.
It's 2021-11.
12.
Sorry, 12. Sorry.
Well, then I'll make a motion that we approve a resolution authorizing $292,433 in general fund appropriation, approval of appointment of the information services and media and communication engagement directors, and approval of the revised pay plan based upon the associated reorganization for the city, which is resolution 2021-12.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call, please.
Councilor Noseworthy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter?
Yes.
Councilor Bettine?
Yes.
Councilor Youssef?
Yes.
Mayor Brookie?
Yes. Thank you, unanimous, and motion passes, and we will move on to 12.2, which is a discussion and possible action concerning adoption of the strategic plan for the city of Durango. And we have a presentation by Devin Schmidt.
Yes, we do. Big day, hopefully, as we go through. This is the strategic plan. It is up for approval. Devin has placed together a bit of a overview in regards to the changes that were made from our work session or study session discussion last week. So I'll pass it over to her to talk about those changes and allow the council to see where we incorporated those changes in the strategic plan. And also I do have Kevin, I believe Devin, you said, was ready to answer one of the questions that we received at the very beginning on comments in regards to the city properties and why they were on the strategic plan. So after Devin's presentation, we'll give it to Kevin to answer that. And then finally, on the specific one that had to do with the sales tax, Again, we did speak a little bit about this in study session, but want to make sure we reiterate it, that it isn't something that we're looking to place on a ballot. There was a committee that was asked for city representation on by Mr. Morgenstern, who was looking at possibly getting some input to see if there would be some sort of what I would call support for a countywide sales tax initiative. That we do have a city representative on who's working on it. And so that goal really, or that strategy or objective, is only to evaluate, because that's something that we're working on. So that isn't anything that has been led by the city. That isn't anything that the council has directed staff to place on the sales tax ballot initiative. It is literally just talking about what a committee is that we do have some staff representation on to kind of see what might help us in looking in our pursuit for affordable and attainable housing. So with that being said, I will pass over to Devin to talk a little bit about the modifications we've made from the study session to the final draft.
Thank you, Jose. Your comment, Jose, I might suggest was in response to former Mayor Marbury's question about that shelter, specific reference to the shelter in the strategic plan. Just a line item, not a given.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Sorry, Devin, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no problem. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Jose mentioned, I'm Devin Schmidt, the Budget and Strategic Planning Manager for the City of Durango. And I know it's getting late here, but we're sure excited to bring this item to Council this evening for discussion and possible action. This is the third time that this has been brought in a council meeting. So I don't want to spend too much time, but I did want to cover some of the formatting changes that council had asked for, as well as content changes that existed within the strategic plan from the study session last week. So one of the first items was this Venn diagram, removing the hierarchy, if you will, in the summary pages of the strategic plan. Adding page numbers, formatting changes to the color scheme to have a little bit more synergies with the logo, and just removing the gray text that was difficult when you printed it out. The new strategic plan also does include the updated org chart that was just discussed or part of the previous item, and then the Venn diagram, as I just talked about. So quickly, I will talk about council changes to the strategic plan content. So under diversity, equity, inclusion, it was identified that we needed to provide clarity around this item. So this was evaluate city spending on amenities and improvements overlaid with 2020 census data, and implement ESRI tools to analyze expenditures to ensure equity throughout the entire community. If an inequity exists, develop a planned approach to address the inequity. So after reviewing this item, we removed that 25% increase of council recalls, and we did push this to a 2023. So it is something that we'll look at a lens with. If the census data is available and the tools through ESRI is available in 21. However, we did want to remove that 25% increase, as we thought this was a little bit better approach for handling that item. Under financial excellence and transparency, we included operating instead of just maintenance in the cost for developing a 10-year capital improvement plan. If council recalls, we had just the maintenance language in there, but we did include operating as well. So that is tied together. Under enhanced livability and sense of place, we removed the set of one standard for infrastructure across the city, as that didn't really belong in that area. We added a lot around the creative economy district. And so I'll read those quickly, but added to create enhanced arts and cultural participation opportunities for all residents and visitors by utilizing the creative economy work plan. So one of the items is install Frolic and Common Threads art pieces, complete maintenance of the city's public art collection, support the Durango Creative District and Art Brigade's efforts to help with economic recovery, distribute Durango Creates grants to quality projects that meet program goals, and update the public art master plan and locations plan. So all of those items were added in as there was a desire from council to have more around the creative economy.
Thank you for doing that. That's great to see that.
Absolutely. Under effective infrastructure network, this language was drawn out a little bit better. And so the first item would be to develop a baseline in for the rate of availability for utility services, water and sewer systems. Related to ADA, we worked with Parks and Recreation to add in city hard surface trails development in accordance with the following standards to ensure accessibility. So there's already some items such as the Durango Land Use Development Code, Durango Multi-Use Trail Standards, and then the Guide for Development of Bicycle Facilities. We added that into the plan, so it was really clear that any of our Parks and Rec projects are following ADA standards. Related to the 2019 streets tax, there certainly will be an attempt to reduce cost via efficiencies. The streets department certainly felt like they strived to have efficiencies. However, we didn't change the language necessarily around that item. And so if we do need to change that further, we certainly can. The group felt it was a difficult thing to put that as a strict commitment when they are already felt that they do have those efficiencies, and it's very tight with the funding mechanisms that exist around that streets tax for maintenance. I believe there was a question as well related to the completion of the facilities assessment and the need for that to be ready for the 2022 budget cycle. The information around that is that the facilities assessment is in progress and will be done quickly as possible. But to develop a valuable report, staff estimates it will take most of the summer and into the fall. That's the estimated Q4 completion timeframe. So it sounds like it would be a little bit difficult to push that up. There'll certainly be a mid-year budget review on that particular item if council wanted to see that in 2022. And then finally, under affordability and economic opportunity, there was a desire to see at least one P3 or public-private partnership added. There was a desire to see some options around affordable housing units, and then just kind of expand upon the housing items altogether. So the first item is work closely with 9R and a private developer to redevelop the 9R administration property. Have 1,000 long-term affordable housing units by 2040. And then under housing, there's several here. So we have revise and adopt a new fair share ordinance, assesses potential for housing development on city-owned properties, establish policies to allow the use of housing funds to facilitate unit construction, and establish policies to use housing funds to facilitate unit construction. And so this is really kind of the summary items that council had asked for in the previous study session. So I can take a moment to pause, or we can have Kevin address some of Ms. Malberry's questions from earlier, whatever council desires.
Sorry, got off mute there. Thank you, Devin. I think Jose actually addressed Councilor Marbury's concern fairly succinctly, and I hope that is sufficient. If not, we can get her additional information.
Mayor, she did have one more.
Okay.
That was the one about assessing potential for housing development on city-owned properties.
Oh, sure.
That was the one that if Kevin's here, if he could just address that really quickly of what were those city-owned properties. I think that was her question of, she was unaware of city-owned properties that could be used for housing.
I am still with you. And what I might add is you might recall as the Urban Renewal Board, we have a technical assistance grant that is assisting staff on the evaluation of a couple of properties within that are owned by the city relative to housing. Certainly the library site comes to mind. I believe we had Florida Road, and I want to say there's another one downtown. I'm not sure which one that isolates to. However, I think because of the work of the facilities subcommittee, I think there's a number of city-owned facilities or parcels in the central business district that would be further evaluated as we learn more while we move forward. I think that's kind of in a nutshell where we're at with that. But again, we received a technical assistance grant and are working through the URA process on a couple of those things. And Scott, when he joins us here in a little while talking about TIF, may be able to enlighten you on schedule if you're so interested in hearing that in terms of that analysis.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. I mean, Holly, I can add to your list there. Florida Road, Holly, the library site, the various parking lots we own downtown, and then the upcoming Mason School site is another opportunity for some in some folks' minds. So, those are pretty limited. Actually, is the only assessment I can say about that in terms of available open ground space. What our opportunity really is through the URA is developing upper stories and partnering on those issues. So, or with those opportunities. With that, Barbara Noseworthy has a question. Yeah, so, thank you.
Yes. First of all, Devin, thank you for your work and your leadership on this effort. It is a big day once this passes, and you will have deserved huge kudos for your work. I do have a question about the preliminary results from the facilities assessment. I recognize it'll take till the fourth quarter, but surely sometime before then you'll have a sense of the estimated amount that we need to start addressing, and that can be incorporated into the budget thinking. That's a statement and a question at the same time. And I also want to recognize it, really thank you for making certain that the commitment, and to the staff, the commitment to develop at least one public-private partnership within the coming year as part of the URA. I think that's an attainable goal, and I look forward to seeing it come together in a big way. Thank you.
Excellent. And to answer your question, Councilor Noseworthy, I can circle back with the rest of staff to determine that assessment and what information we'll have available for 2022 budget.
And we can always definitely turn into a stretch goal as we go through these and as we see our quarterly, objectives and our progress, and seeing where maybe we can realign some resources going through there. But definitely is something that, obviously we always want to make sure if we go into a budget process for the council that you have the information that's necessary to make the decision. So well understood on that side. And, that's one of the biggest priorities is that financial excellency for our side as we're looking at making those decisions for that budget year coming up in 2022. It'll be here sooner than we know it. So understood.
Councilor Baxter?
Yeah, thank you, Dean, or Mayor. It's getting late. I'm getting more informed as the night goes by. So I want to say I'm really excited about the strategic plan. I see this as giving us good direction and a way to measure our completion of attaining our goals, as well as I love the collaborative approach that went on here. So it wasn't just council and it wasn't just staff, and we all got together and we had a very informed consultant help lead us through the process so that we didn't meander and change our ways. So I'm very excited about how it all came together, and I really appreciate it. And I'm also very pleased that we also added the objective that we would be doing this within our available resources that have been allocated and not by increasing expenditures. And I think that that's a very admirable goal in a city of our size, to keep our expenditures down and work on increasing our revenues. So thank you all for making this happen. Staff, everyone.
Any other comments?
I guess it's my turn.
Yeah.
We're all taking turns thanking staff, but it's kudos worth giving and hearing. And what I really like about this process is the alignment, the strategic alignment throughout the entire organization. We had goals prior to your arrival, Jose, and we worked hard on them as a council, but they were kind of we weren't aligned organization wide, and now we are, and it kind of brings us full circle throughout with measures and metrics and targets to hold us accountable. And it's a new approach to doing business together and work together with a focus on service and open and transparency. And I'm excited about all of it. I have been. And so thank you for all your efforts in making it happen and bringing this to our community. Thank you very much.
Councilor Bettina, I don't know if Chris is traveling, so he's fading in and out a little bit, but.
Yeah, we had lost him for a minute.
Okay.
I'll
Well,
see
if we've lost Chris, then I'll just wrap up with, the strategic plan is, we're all in this in a big canoe, and now we have paddles so we can paddle in the same direction. And so it's always helpful to have a paddle. and I'm glad to have one before I get off council. So thanks for the paddle, Jose, appreciate it. And,
thank you, Mayor. And if I may, before, I just want to thank the council. And again, I appreciate the thanks to staff, but this is really a process that the council really bought into, and really all 5 of you working together, putting this together. We're only as good as both of us working together and as strong as our parties, but this was definitely a vision that the council had as we went through the interview process. And just want to say thank you for your commitment in going through this process, taking the time out of your days. I know it was a lot of hours, it was a lot of work, even with the mission and vision statements, which is new and that y'all were able to create. So just thank you for your work. Thank you for your commitment to helping us, and really appreciate it. Thank you.
So Dean, with that, I'd make a motion.
Absolutely. I'd entertain a motion. Thank you.
I would like to make a motion that we adopt our new 2021 strategic plan for the city of Durango.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. May we have any further discussion? I'll open it for that and do a quick assessment. Then I don't see any need for further discussion. I'll ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Councilor Noseworthy.
Enthusiastic, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter.
Absolutely, yes.
Councilor Bettine.
Yes.
Councilor Youssef.
Yes, thank you.
And Mayor Brookie.
Yes, resolution passes. So with that, we'll move on to, if we're not having enough fun yet, we'll move on to 12.3, which is consideration of a proposed tax increment finance, i.e. TIF, between the city of Durango and the Durango Renewal Partnership, which is our URA. And I believe, Jose, we've got, if you can introduce our speaker.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have Scott Shine, our planning manager, here to present this item. Scott.
Thank you, Jose. Good evening again, Council. I feel bad. I feel like you should have ended on the strategic plan. That was
there's always
high point. Now we're going to drag you back into TIF stuff, and I apologize, but that's exciting to have that in place, and to see that the URA is a big part of that. We're really excited to be already forming some relationships and getting contacts of people who are interested in being a partner in on the private side of those public-private partnerships. So things are definitely moving in the right direction. And we're just going to give you, I think we have a couple slides that Alex is going to bring up. We're going to give you a brief overview. We've gotten you all the information in advance, so we're trusting that you've had some time to look at it and consider it. After our study session in early February, we went back and took your direction and revised things. And so this is a good, real quick overview of what's in the TIF agreement. So for the property tax generated from the Midtown District, that base continues to go to the city. And if you'll recall, we talked about, one of the downsides of TIF is that it takes a little bit of time to be generated. It has to, investment has to happen, and the values have to rise to create that increment. And so the idea to enable some immediate action and immediate funding for these activities was to write into the agreement the council's intent to do an annual appropriation in the amount of that property tax base, which right now is right at $164,000. Because of Tabor, you can't do multi-year obligations. And so the way it's worded in the agreement is, again, it's council's intent to do this. It's a part of the annual budgeting process. So it's a little loose, but that's the way we need to do it. And we feel confident that the URA can do great things with that money, and you'll continue to, and future councils will continue to support it in the future. And then the increment from the property tax, we're proposing 100% of that to go to the URA. Now that we have the Midtown plan adopted, and it's the last year that the property tax values have been certified. And so starting immediately, we'll begin evaluating and working with the assessor to understand what that increment is. As far as sales tax, that's a bit more complicated because there are these special revenue funds. And I think that was one of the key points that came out of the study session. And so we talked to our legal counsel. We looked at how other communities have done this. And the legal opinion that we got is that special revenue funds, even if they are voted on for a specific purpose, our legal counsel thinks that those can be used for general URA purposes. But we said, based on the intent of the voters, based on their desire to have that money go towards specific purposes, we would feel better if that increment continued to go to those special revenue funds. So that's 1.5% of the overall 3.5% sales tax rate. That would continue to flow into streets, open space, or debt service for the library in Florida. Those special revenue funds, that increment from that special revenue funds would still go to the city for those purposes. But we're proposing to have 100% of the 2% general fund sales tax rate to go to the URA. And then obviously all the base that's been generated over the years will continue to go to the city. So I hope that's clear. Again, we sent this out last week, and maybe I'll just pause there if there are any questions before I'll just go, okay, then I'll go to the next.
I actually had a question for you, Scott. I was just wondering, I'm guessing in some of the documentation you were talking about being able to have 125% of your need to pay back the bonding. I'm guessing we're talking about bonding, and whether or not the TIF that's coming in can pay for that bonding. So what happens if the TIF exceeds the need so that at the end of the project we have money left in the URA? And what happens if the TIF does not meet the needs because it's lower than we anticipated and that we need to be making bond payments?
Yeah, those are very good questions. The first one, if it exceeds the forecasted revenue, that money can go towards other activities in the urban renewal plan area. So usually if we're going to bond towards a specific development project. We'll have an agreement with them to say our bond, the money that we bond for will go towards these specific improvements. Typically, if it goes over that amount, then there's flexibility to apply those in other ways. As long as it's in the Midtown plan boundary, that money can be used for other activities.
Sure. So when we get near the end in the 22 to 25 year range, and if we do have more money than we anticipated, but there aren't any more projects that we necessarily need to do, what happens?
That's a good question. You're talking about when the URA or the term of the TIF would expire.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know off the top of my head. I can dig into that and get back to you. Your other question about if it falls short, again, usually these are developed based on a specific project. So we wouldn't, at this point, we wouldn't just bond for general projects based on this general projection. We would wait until we have some specific projects that we can do some more refined financial modeling on. And we would write into that upfront development agreement that we would place some of that burden on the development to perform. And so if they didn't generate the revenue that they had projected based on their modeling, it would be on the private sector to either make up that gap or find some other way to meet that financing commitment. So,
Okay, thank you very much.
yeah, all those agreements.
Follow-up question, if I may.
Yep.
So Scott, what if the city said 100% for 15 years, maybe 80% for the next 5 and 75% for the final 5, so that you're not ending up with excessive funds unused? The city could still appropriate some of its sales tax for any unmet need down the road 25 years from now, correct?
As far as outside of this TIF agreement, they could, yeah, you could choose to make a contribution to the URA. We did, I think it was after that study session, we talked to some of our colleagues around the state, and they said those agreements can get pretty complex if you start to ratchet down the percentage of the increment. And they also said it's a little bit, it defeats the purpose of the TIF, where you put the work in up front in order to get the new investment, and then the revenue that's generated over time either goes back to pay for that work, and you have that predictability that you know what's coming. And so if you start to ratchet that down, that starts to affect those upfront sort of negotiations that you can have. So that was some of the feedback we got. And I remember you bringing up the ratcheting idea, and what we chose to propose was just taking out the special revenue funds and only working with the general fund revenue to kind of balance the different sources of revenue better.
So my issue is, first of all, I think we're capable of dealing with complex issues, all of us. But I also think that this is a narrowly defined area. And so I'm curious if the consultants that you spoke with were looking at larger areas where there were more opportunities and more need. So just trying to think out 25 years from now and make certain that we can spend all of the revenue that we're setting aside.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point. It's certainly, we have seen other arrangements where that happens that way, where there's a change in the percentage. So it's definitely possible if you wanted to go that route.
Would that require some kind of an amendment or a vote from a general public down the road 20 years from now?
No, TIF is exempt from TABOR. And so because it is this projected revenue, it's not subject to the typical TABOR tax rules.
So a future URA board could change that allocation?
I can add my experience, which is not real. I mean, once a deal is struck, a developer, it's like getting a mortgage on a house. I mean, you have an expectation if it's a 30-year mortgage, it's a 30-year mortgage. In this case, most savvy developers are used to a 25-year increment, and the revenue for their project to be continuous over 25 years from the get-go. And so if you start talking about reduction at some future date, I think you lose developers' interest immediately by talking about something that they can get somewhere else that they can't get in Durango, for starters. And so I think it's I think it would be if there's money left over, that's a wonderful problem. I think the more salient question is what happens when there's when those projects don't produce the increment that Councilor Baxter asked about, and that's the right answer is exactly what Scott said, which is if we can get them to buy into that that downside, then that's a reasonable request of the original deal. But 25 years is kind of a norm that we've heard, and I think too, it's just like saying, well, in our town, we only do 8 years instead of 25 years. It's going to immediately tell those savvy developers that there's probably a better place to invest. So that's my 2 cents. Yeah, any other questions for Scott at this time? That is a really good question on that. And I think legal advice as we move forward, I think probably will allow us those opportunities and those questions and how they apply to individual developers versus the entire district is an important question to be answered. So if there's no further questions, I'd entertain a motion.
I'm not certain that Scott was finished with his presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Scott.
It was good conversation, and that was really the main point, was just to make sure you're comfortable with the terms that are being proposed. This is the last slide that just talks a little bit about the reasoning behind why we're proposing this the way we have. I think you're all familiar, but the bid approved their TIF agreement with 100% of their mill levy, and 9R approved their TIF agreement with everything except for their bond and override mill levies. And so we feel like there's a good amount of contribution from our community partners. And then obviously the city is really leading the way and demonstrating a clear commitment to the URA success with this agreement. And it's going to give us the certainty that we need to really go out and engage in those negotiations. And like with the upfront appropriation, that's a unique tool that we're proposing to use. That's really going to help us get going immediately instead of having to wait. So appreciate your support thus far, and happy to answer any more questions. If you want to look at amending what's proposed, we're happy to do that. We just wanted to get it to you with plenty of time to consider and keep things moving forward. It's a big night with the Midtown plan being adopted, and then hopefully the TIF agreement.
Well, thank you, Scott. Yeah, and again, any other questions or I'd call for a motion. Do we need to put the terms of the motion?
Yeah, if you put them up, I'm happy to read them. I put my iPad
I can read the recommendation, which is to approve the proposed TIF agreement between the City of Durango and the Durango Renewal Partnership, URA.
So moved.
And I think just authorize the mayor to sign the agreement is.
Second.
So amended, so moved.
Okay. All right, we just have a motion to approve the proposed TIF agreement between the City of Durango and the Durango Renewal Partnership and allow the mayor to sign the agreement. It's been moved and seconded. Maybe we have a roll call, please.
Councilor Noseworthy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter?
Yes.
Councilor Bertin?
Yes.
Councilor Youssef?
Yes.
And Mayor Brookie?
Yes. And thank you, Scott. And maybe you need to put a "the end" sign at the end of your presentations in the future so the mayor knows when to, so I don't cut you off too early. But thanks so much. It is now 10:21, and we are moving on to item 12.4 of the agenda, which is the city update by our city manager, Jose Madrigal.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I do have just one short update for the public. We are looking at doing a new video series with the city manager, myself, where I will be interviewing a city staff member and then answering questions that are submitted in an effort to just engage more with the community and being out there and letting them be able to have some time to see directors in a different light and ask some pretty hopefully interesting questions. So my first guest is going to be Durango Chief of Police, Bob Brammer. So really looking forward to that. But for the citizens, if you have any questions that you would like me to answer, please submit your questions via email at citycity currents, CURRENTS, at durangogov.org, or you can call and leave a voicemail at 970-375-5091. So for this segment, first segment, questions are due by 4:30 p.m. on Friday, March 26th, and we will announce future episodes as planned with various staff members. So really looking forward to seeing how it goes and seeing the questions to answer. That's all I have for tonight, Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Is that intended to be a weekly thing or just as occasion arises, one time?
We're looking at doing it monthly right now.
Okay.
Kind of seeing how it goes, and it'll also be on our YouTube channel after it's done. But just a good way to have some questions with staff members that maybe sees them in a different light, kind of what the challenges that we're facing and some things like that, then getting some of their inputs on their respective departments. And then just have a segment at the end where citizens can ask questions about anything that they have going on in the city and be able to answer them.
Great idea. Thanks for doing that and giving a little shout out to our employees at the same time. So, well, thank you for that update. We're moving on into item 13, council reports and actions, and I'm going to pass given the lateness of the hour, but we'll just go around and I'll ask Mayor Pro Tem Baxter if she's got any council reports and actions for this evening. You're on mute, Kim.
Yeah, hold on. I got to get off of mute and then.
You are so muted.
There's something I was supposed to talk about and I have no idea what it is anymore. So it'll have to wait till next Tuesday.
All righty. Well, we'll look forward to it then. And yeah, I understand that problem. So with that, we'll move on to Councilor Youssef. You have any reports or actions?
Nope, no, thank you.
Okay, all righty, thanks so much. And we'll move to Councilor Bettine, traveling wherever you are.
Yeah, just briefly, I do have something. I met with the chamber today, and it is fairly substantive that the chamber is considering whether or not to allow the council board member to vote on the chamber board. And I didn't have an objection to it, but I just wanted to let you all know, I've always kind of felt it was a little odd that I was a full board member, given some of the times that the chamber's interests and the city's interests diverge, and the fact that the chamber's board is actually usually elected by chamber members, and we appoint our member to the board. And so I didn't have an objection to it, but I wanted to bring it to your attention in case you did.
Interesting, Chris. Yeah, thank you for that update. And that has been the difference between you just being appointed by as a member of council versus the elected members from the business community serving on the chamber board does kind of bring into question why you would become a voting member, or why the city would have a voting member. We've been offered that opportunity for a number of years now, so it is interesting what the motivation of that is, but I can't say that it's not maybe a fairness issue, quite honestly. So
wait, Chris, you would the board member or the council liaison then would not have voting power? I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, that's right. They would not be a voting member at this point, and they haven't made a final decision, but that was the discussion today.
In the past, the council member has been a voting member.
Yeah, they were a full member of the board.
Okay. How many members are there?
I think I want to say 9. I may be wrong about that though.
So kind of in a related manner, but the Economic Alliance, are we board members? Do we make?
I make full vote. Right now I have equal voting capacity. So I find that interesting that one might change out.
But we do invest in the Economic Alliance and we don't invest in the chamber. So
that's right.
There is a difference in the whole thing, but okay, that's interesting. All right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Honestly, having been on that board for the last 4 years, I would say to you that I've always kind of felt it was a little odd that we had a vote on that board, candidly. And sometimes they want to take an advocacy position, whether it's for or against something that we're even doing. And it's something you have to abstain from. That's why I didn't object when they brought it up. And they had a committee that worked with this. It wasn't it was something they were just working through in their bylaws. So, I did want to let you all know in case there was some strong objection, but for me, it wasn't objectionable.
I would agree with you, Chris, and your logic too, I think is appropriate.
I think it is important to look at alignment between, as you mentioned, Kim, the Alliance versus the Chamber. I serve on as a voting member of the Airport Commission with a number of multi-agency folks, which is interesting. And so if we had all of our participations in alignment with each other, that would add clarity to how we react to each of these individual boards. But
actually, that's what I was actually saying the opposite, Dean, because I think the reason why we have a voting position on the airport is because we pay a good portion of the airport's costs. And so the chamber's a little different animal here. We don't pay for anything that they do. And
yeah, you're absolutely right. You're right. Yeah. And it's more of an advocacy thing and a position at the table, a seat at the table, but not necessarily a vote. So, all right. Very good. Well, moving on. Thanks, Chris. And Councilor Noseworthy, you have any comments?
I'll just add that I attended the Alliance investment meeting last week, and staff did an excellent job on the presentation of the URA and generated a fair bit of excitement among the members of the Economic Alliance. So thank you.
Excellent. And I'll wrap up with, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. This week is the Airport Commission and Library Board. So I'm looking forward to both of those meetings. And with that, I'll ask if there's any other final comments before we adjourn this meeting. You guys are looking a little tired, and it is 10:29, so I will adjourn this meeting before 10:30. So thank you much for a great conversation, a couple big ticket items, and thanks for everybody watching in, for hanging in there with us this evening.